Okay, so my name's Unseen Warfare, and I'm here to talk about canonicity today. So I'm gonna actually read something right now on the topic that I have prepared. Hope everybody's doing all right, and this is what we got. All right, so um, oddly enough, for all his liberal theological tendencies, and in spite of his disavowed disdain and not so well disguised hatred for the Russian Orthodox Church uh, abroad, Father Sheeman perhaps unwittingly wrote one of the best defenses of the very ecclesiology of the resistance which undergirds our very existence as churches walled off from innovating official churches like the State Church of Greece and Bulgaria. In an article entitled Problems of Orthodoxy in America, the Canonical Problem, St. Vladimir's Seminary Quarter, Volume 8, 1964, he puts to rest what is considered to be patently false ideas about canonicity and ecclesial validity. According to one point of view, Father Shimon noted to be canonical, one must be under some patriarch, or in general, under some established autocephalous church in the Old World. This idea reduces canonicity, argued, to subordination, which thus becomes the basic principle of ecclesiastical organization, as if a patriarch somehow venerable, or eo ipso the source of canonicity or legitimacy. By contrast, he opined in the genuine Orthodox tradition, the ecclesiastical power is itself under the canons, and its decisions are valid and compulsory in only inasmuch as they comply with the canons. In other terms, it is not the decision of a patriarch or his synod that creates and guarantees canonicity, but on the contrary, it is the canonicity of decision that gives its true power. Truth and not power is the criterion, and canons not differ in this form from the dogmas, express the truth of the church. No bishop or synod can make canonical what is uncanonical, any more than either can square the circle. According to Father Shimon, bishops who fail to preserve the tradition in its fullness and sanction deviations from the truth of the church are condemned by the canons. So that's an interesting concept here. And let's see. Hmm. Greetings, guys. Greetings, greetings. How y'all doing? All right. So that's the first concept of candidacy I'm getting to, and what the main point of talking about this, what I'm trying to get across is that these people that think that they're canonical just for being in a quote official uh, official church, or official jurisdiction, it doesn't necessarily exist, especially if your bishops are ecumenists. And we're seeing this time and time again. These bishops are coming out, doing ecumenical activities, worshiping in synagogues, praying with heretics, uh, praying with the Pope. Um, some of them are KGB agents. Uh, we're seeing all this heresy going on, and yet these people are calling them canonical. And according to Shimon, this any deviation is it's a canonical violation, and it's a heresy. So they're outside of can, canonicity, I guess. So I have something else here. One second. I'm going to read from this. So it's called the Synod of the Historical Roll Call on the Non-Canonicity of that organization which calls itself the Moscow Patriarchate. And I'll probably, let's see if I can, let's see. Post this in the comments, so if anybody wants to read this. Hold on 1 second. All right, guys. I'm sorry. I'm just now figuring this out myself. So this is really like I'm testing things out. Um. Anyways, how do I do this? Presents. I should probably figure this out beforehand. What a joke. Okay. What? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to put it on the stage, but I'm not sure how to do that. kind of dumb.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm like
I
trying
don't
to
think I
think because I
can.
don't. Huh. You don't have a screen sharing option on the phone. You don't see something that says present.
Yeah, it says present up here with presents, and there's like it just says you a bunch of times. That's
Huh.
all. New brand. I don't know.
Hold
This is
on. Well,
terrible.
let me see if I can pull it up from my end. That's the Catacomb history link.
Yeah, yeah.
Give me a second. Hi everyone. Just thought I'd help out for stream. Give me a moment. Just gonna pop in for a few minutes. Here we go. And that should do it. If you have to okay it, I think.
Okay. Where do I go to okay this?
Um, can you see the website in the list of participants? And
Oh, like guess this guess. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I see.
click
I
it.
see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Gotcha. Enter stage. Yeah.
Okay, I'll just move it. You can read it.
All right. Gotcha. Gotcha. Um. Okay. Here we go. All right. Okay, here we go. All right. The resolution of the Synod of Rocor in 1928, July 1928, 28th, 1928. Metropolitan Anthony Korpovitsky issued an open epistle number 829, signed by all the Synod of Bishops of Rocor concerning the Sergian and Evogian schisms. In this epistle, there is enunciated a judgment on Metropolitan Sergius and Evogius, who have now fallen away from the saving unity of the Church and have bound themselves to the enemies of Christ and of the Holy Church. The Bolsheviks and the Jews who stand at the head of the Bolsheviks' kingdom, that a legally formed organization which has entered into union with God's enemies, which Metropolitan Sergius calls an Orthodox Synod, but which the best Russian hierarchs, clergy, and laymen have refused to recognize. This organization must not be recognized by our Orthodox churches, nor by our Synod of Bishops with its flocks here abroad. Furthermore, the organizers of the Moscow Synod must be recognized to be exactly the same sort of apostates from the faith of ancient Labelliticity. Labelliticity. I've looked up this word before because I read it. But anyways, real
The
apostate.
Libellatici, those were the fallen away who destroyed the books, who gave the books over to the Romans for the burning of the scriptures.
Right, right. I read a little bit about it too. It's like some of them were signing we're
Hmm.
signing documents for the pagans or something like that. So they're relaying that with signing with the Soviets.
Hmm.
Same as the pagans. So real apostates from the faith of Christ. Let us hold fast to our holy Orthodox Church and not enter into communion and prayer with those who are so poorly grounded in her that they express the sentiments of loyal submission to her enemies. Now, I'm not even going to try this name, it's crazy. So, another reference to the Synod ruling of 1928 reads as follows: Metropolitan Anthony in his encyclical of 1928, which proclaimed the completely definitive declaration of our Synod of Bishops that the Moscow Synod has deprived itself of all authority since it has entered into agreement with the atheist, and without offering any resistance is tolerated the closing and destruction of the holy churches and the other innumerable crimes of the Soviet government, that a legally formed organization which has entered into communion with God's enemies, which Metropolitan Sergius calls an Orthodox Synod, but which the best Russian hierarchs, clergy, and laymen have refused to recognize, must not be recognized by our Orthodox churches, nor by, nor by our Synod of Bishops with its flock here abroad. Furthermore, the organization of the Moscow Synod must be recognized to be exactly the same sort of apostates from the faith as the ancient Labellatici, that is, Christians who, although they refuse to blaspheme openly against Christ and offer sacrifices to the idols, nevertheless still receive from the priests of the idols false documents verifying that they were in complete accord with adherents of pagan religion. Um, so, if people couldn't understand what I'm reading here, it's basically saying that the Moscow Patriarchate are apostates and have um, fallen away from Orthodoxy for signing on with the Soviet government and being loyal servants of them. So, excerpt from the resolution of the Synod of Rocor, December 18th, 1969. The first, the Synod of Bishops considered it a duty to draw attention to the fact that the present official leadership of the Moscow Patriarchate, as set up by the Soviet government, which, with its emmenio to the faith, is not the true representatives of the Russian Church, and thus it acts and have no canonical force and will not be binding upon any future all Russian ecclesiastical authority when, by the grace of God, one such is reestablished in Russia, an agreement on the part of the present Moscow Patriarchate to any autocephaly whatsoever by no means constitutes an agreement of the actual Russian Church, which as a result of the persecutions have been left without a head and is deprived of the possibility of a freely expressing her will. On its every act is inevitably lies Antichrist seal and of approval from the atheist regime, especially when such acts concern external affairs. And this is the last little bit here, I think. Well, actually, there's a good amount more. Wow, I didn't realize that. But did you have anything to say about this here? What are you thinking?
Well, I mean, from my perspective, it's just more evidence that the Roll Corps historically, even though there may have been divisions within them, generally did not regard the Moscow Patriarchate as a legitimate church. For a number of reasons, not the least of which is comparing them as they did to those who gave up the sacred books to the pagan authorities.
Right. So, I think that's important to realize for a lot of people that may be in the Moscow Patriarchate
Mm-hmm.
or have, you know, heard heard things that they're the legitimate Russian Orthodox Church. Um, there's videos out there that, I mean, as far as I can tell, Patriarch Kirill runs it like he's a mob boss. He's selling cigarettes and liquor and
Well, yeah, he's heavily invested in those companies. That's why he was nicknamed the Tobacco Metropolitan before he was made patriarch.
yeah, this guy's got mansions and gold Rolexes. I mean, when you look at like sort of Orthodox tradition, you don't see people really act that way. It's very clearly like he's in disguise. And there's also been some instances where I've seen uh him doing certain things like saying things on television where he's like saying uh, do you believe in Christ or whatever, or the resurrection? He's like, no, do you? So I think he was from all documentation, a KGB agent and a fraud, a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Okay. So I'm gonna finish the resolution of the Synod of Rocourt in 1971. So I think we just went from 1969. This is 1971 concerning the election of Pimen Eviskov of the Patriarch of Moscow. The Council of Bishops of the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia, September 1st, 14th, 1971,
I think it's
considered the
Peden.
gathering, which calls itself an All Russian Church Council, met in Moscow from May 30th to June 2nd of this year for the purpose of electing a Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia. This gathering declared that Metropolitan Pimen was elected to the patriarchal throne. After considering all aspects of this election, the Council of Bishops, representing the free part of the Russian Orthodox Church, came to the following conclusion. 1. For the election of the primate of a local church, it is essential that such an election take place according to the laws of the given church and that it be free, representing a genuine expression of her voice. 2. In 1917, the All Russian Council adopted a resolution restoring the Patriarchate in Russia and electing to the Patriarchal See His Holiness Patriarch Tikhon. This council included all canonical consecrated bishops of the Russian Church, representatives of the monastic clergy, and the Orthodox theological academies, invited by the Synod on the basis of the regulation it had issued. All representatives of the diocese were chosen freely at elections of three levels: parish, parish elections, deanery elections, and diocesan uh, meetings. The actual election of the patriarch took place in a fashion that guaranteed freedom in the nominating of candidates for election. The latter were established by a secret ballot, and at a first large number of candidates were named. From among them, by systematic balloting, The three who received the highest number of votes were picked, and those ones who finally elected by the drawing of lots. This system of election guaranteeing complete freedom and confirmed by the All Russian Church Council, was never abolished by a free council of equal authority. Therefore, and the election of patriarchs effected otherwise and not in a free manner, does not express the voice of the Russian Church, and is not lawful. Not only the election of the present Piman, who claims to be a patriarch, but those of his two predecessors must also be regarded as unlawful.
It's Piman, by the way. It's
Piman.
pronounced.
Yeah, okay. I got you. That's a crazy name. Piman.
It's
Uh,
a Russian, pronounces vowels kind of like Spanish. So like the I is an E, it's kind of, yeah, it's the same kind of system there.
oh, okay, I got you. So their supporters cannot defend their election by saying that the external conditions caused by persecution against the faithful prevented the revelation of a lawful form of election, since despite the obvious, they constantly insist on supported full religious freedom in the Soviet Union. Similar decisions were made now. Elected Patriarch Pimen at all three patriarchal elections. No one attempted or had any possibility of nominating a candidate other than the one indicated beforehand by representatives of the secular authority. 3. The lawful succession of the higher church authority in the Russian Church has been broken since 1927, when the acting locum tenens of the patriarchal throne, Metropolitan Sergius Nizhny Novgorod, went against the order of the Metropolitan Krutitsa. Forgive me for my Russian, reading these names, who he was replacing, and signed an agreement with the atheistic secular authorities to which neither Metropolitan Peter nor the other elder hierarchs agreed. The Soviet government began to throw all the hierarchs who did not agree with Metropolitan Sergius in prison, thus clearing the path for him to become the head of the Russian Church. He, for his part, taking no account of the elder bishops sworn to synod by his own personal choice, and while Metropolitan Peter, a Kruitsa, to whom by position the Moscow diocese belonged, was still alive, he unlawfully gave himself the title of his beatitude, the Metropolitan of Moscow, with the right to wear two pangias in 1943, by order of the atheist and malicious persecutor of the church, Stalin. He hurled in 4 days, pulled together, in fulfillment of the latter's political plans, a council consisting of bishops specifically chosen and freed from prison for the purpose by Stalin. A council which, counting Metropolitan Sergius himself, consisted of only 19 bishops, and which elected him patriarch. In 1945, after the death of Patriarch Sergius, Metropolitan Alexis of Leningrad gathered a council, to which representatives of the other autocephalous churches were also invited. This council, besides recently consecrated bishops, consisted of representatives of the clergy and laity, picked without election and prepared for election of a patriarch, and submissively following decisions of the atheistic authorities, unanimously elected a patriarch, Metropolitan Alexis of Leningrad, after his death. In the same illegal manner, the so-called All-Russian Council was convoked this year for the election of Patriarch of Metropolitan Pimen. No, not so much for his devoutness or theological education, but rather for his diligence in carrying out the orders of the atheistic government, which are directed toward the destruction of the church and towards fulfilling the political plans of the Soviet regime. That's crazy. I just want to say that. Okay. All right. So all of the elections of the patriarchs in Moscow beginning in 1943 are invalid on the basis of the 30th canon of the Holy Apostles and the third canon of the Seventh Ecumenical Council, according to which, if any bishop having made use of secular rules should receive through them episcopal authority in the church, let him be defrocked and excommunicated, along with all those in communion with him. The significance that the fathers of the Seventh Council gave to such an offense is obvious from the very fact of a double punishment for it. That is, not only disposition but excommunication as well. Something unusual for uh, ecclesiastical law. Wow. The famous commenter on canon law, Bishop Nicodemus of Dalmatia, that's how you say that, gives the following explanation of the 30th canon of the Holy Apostles. If the Church condemned unlawful influence by secular authorities in the ordination of bishops at a time when the rulers were Christians, then it follows that she should condemn such actions all the more when the latter are pagans, and place even heavier penalties on the guilty parties, who are not ashamed of asking for help from pagan rules and the authorities subordinated to them in order to gain the episcopate. The 30th canon has such cases in view. If in defense of this position, examples are given of the patriarchs of Constantinople who were placed on the throne at caprice on the Turkish sultans, one can reply that no anomaly can be regarded as a norm and that one breach of canon law cannot justify another. Taking into consideration all the above mentioned, the reasons of the Council of Bishops of the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia, as the representatives of the free part of the Russian Church, determines the election of Pimen as Patriarch of Moscow and all Russia at the gathering calling and all Russian Church Council in Moscow the 2nd of June this year, on authority of the third canon of the Second Ecumenical Council, and other reasons set forth in this decision, is to be regarded as unlawful and void, and all of his acts and directions as having no strength. Excerpt from the resolution of the Synod of Rokor 1981. The Moscow Patriarchate, like all its acts, we recognize as non-canonical and invalid. I thought that was just interesting to point out that, a lot of these World Orthodox people are out here claiming that we're non-canonical, and, we have, they say they're the canonical church, and specifically I've seen it from people from Rokor MP or the Russian Orthodox Church, and it seems to be, according to this text, that they're the non-canonical ones, and not only are they non-canonical, they're heretical. So
Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it, but even the term canonical, as it's used today, it's a marketing term. They're not really using it like they mean that they care about the canons, because they don't. You muted yourself, UW. Okay. Well, I guess I am here for a second. Wait. Hold on. Oh, there you are. Oh, okay.
yeah, I
thought you left me on your stream. I'm like, what am I doing?
I kicked myself out. I don't know what I was doing.
I was about to leave, and you're.
I don't know what that was. I was trying to look at, this. I think I got a guest here. Oh, it's you. What?
I'm the guest.
Oh, okay. But it had a little number there, and then I think you sent me a message in here. So I was trying to look at that, and somehow I just got kicked out.
It's all right. Well, this is a fun stream. I hope it keeps going. I have to get going though.
Yeah.
So great first stream so far. I hope you've got a lot more to say, and God bless you and everyone in the chat. And I am off for today. I'll see you
Later. Thank you for everything.
Bye.
Yeah. So it turns out I'm terrible at this, but whatever. I'm gonna keep going. I have more things to do, and you guys can leave if you want. I really don't care. I still don't know how to figure out my screen situation. Okay. Okay, so let's see if I can get this on the screen. That's surprising. Okay, so okay, okay. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Huh. Okay. Whatever. I'm just gonna read now because I can't figure out this thing. So here's a quote from Archbishop Vitali Maximenko. They say that the Patriarchate has not changed anything in dogmas and the services and the rites. No, we answer. The Patriarchate has destroyed the essence of the dogma of the Church of Christ. It has rejected her essential purpose to serve for the renewal of the people and replaced it with what is unnatural for the Church, serving the godless goals of communism. This apostasy is worse than all previous Arianism, Nestorianism, iconoclasm, and others. This is not the personal sin of one or another hierarch, but rather the deep rooted sin of the Patriarchate, which is confirmed, proclaimed by them, bound by them, before the whole world, what one might call dogmatized apostasy. And now we have a quote from Father Seraphim Rose of blessed memory. And the source is the Catacomb Ticonite Church, 1974, as found in the Orthodox Word number 59, November through December 1974. In general, one may say that the unparalleled suffering of contemporary Russia has caused many of us to be rather too loose with our use of the words martyr and confessor. These words have specific meaning for Orthodox Christians. They refer to those who consciously suffer and die for Christ and His true church, not for humanity or Christianity in general, or even for Orthodoxy if it is not for true Orthodoxy. Father Seraphim Rose of blessed memory. He's been canonized recently, so Saint Seraphim Rose. So there we go with that. Here's another quote here. Orthodox Christians stand up against the power of the red Antichrist. Do not listen to anyone calls to reconcile with him. No matter from whom these calls come, there's no peace between Christ and Satan. By the authority given to me by God, I absolve and release all believers from the oath given to the Soviet self-proclaimed government. For Christians are not subject of Satan. With the power given to me from God, I bless every weapon that is raised against the red satanic power, and I forgive the sins of all who, in the ranks of the rebel squads, or as a lone avenger of the people, lay down their lives for the cause of Russia and Christ. That's Metropolitan Anthony Kropovitsky of blessed memory. Got a quote here from I'm just going to read quotes and little things. So that's what I'm doing, this thing. So, St. Nectaria of Optina, to the Red Church, do not go. The Moscow Patriarchate is without grace, and its mysteries are invalid, and it's even forbidden to pray while passing their buildings. Here's a quote from Professor I.M. Andreev. He says, the underground or catacomb church in Soviet Russia underwent her hardest trials after February 4th, 1945, i.e., after the enthronement of the Soviet Patriarch Alexis. Those who did not recognize him were sentenced to new terms of punishment and were sometimes shot, Those who did not recognize him and gave their signature to that effect were often liberated before their terms expired and received appointments. All secret priests detected in the Soviet zone of Germany have been shot. All priests who did not recognize Patriarch Alexis were also shot. I know priests in the official church who at home tore their hair out, who smashed their heads making prostrations, begging forgiveness from their apostasy, calling themselves Cain, but nonetheless, they did not have the strength to decide upon martyrdom, but even they spiritually do not recognize the Red Church. We have St. Paul, Bishop of Strobabella. He says, decide for yourself what we should call that place where instead of teaching people true Christianity and salvation, people are taught one of the mysteries of iniquity, modernization, a well-known ploy to satanize the little flock. They teach those who are not able or with difficulty to decipher the finer questions of Orthodox Christian piety and who blindly follow church leaders with the authority. Concerning the modernized church or the Sergianist Orthodoxy, I, a sinner, believe that as regards such church activists, we must call them not only heretics and schismatics, but apostates from God. So we have a number of saints here saying pretty much the same thing about the Moscow Patriarchate. So it's pretty crazy. The church formed by Stalin. So it says, in the summer of 1927, even before the publication of Metropolitan Sergius' declaration, in a conversation with his visitors, Professors Kormovich and Anikov, Elder Nectari had called Metropolitan Sergius a revisionist. To their objections that the latter had repented, the elder replied, yeah, he repented, but the poison is still in him. From the moment of the publication of this declaration, which betrayed the church into the hands of its enemies, the best bishops and most steadfast believers began to leave Metropolitan Sergius. So, this is, what are we talking about here in the chat? We actually have people. I can't even believe there's people here. So, there are areas, I think there are a direct line of descent from Peter the Great, who dissolved the Patriarchate and the Lenin Trotsky and so on. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, I know it's definitely easier on a computer to figure out this. Okay, 10 people are here with me, so I'll continue reading. I'll find some good things to read. This is from the Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church of Russia, 1225, August 1981. The condemnation by a hierarchy of the agreement with the atheists promulgated by the Moscow Patriarchate at the time of the Metropolitan Sergius certainly remains in effect, and it cannot be changed except by repentance of the Moscow Patriarchate. This policy, which seeks to serve both Christ and Belial, is unquestionably a betrayal of orthodoxy. Therefore, we can have no liturgical communion with any bishop or clerk of the Moscow Patriarchate. As the free part of the Russian Church, we can fully approve only that part of the Church in Russia which is called the Catacomb Church, and only with her can we have full communion. The Synod of the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia. So that's a pretty profound statement. That was from 1981. How pitiful and trivial in comparison are the clever and verbal twists of Metropolitan Sergius, which he attempts to justify his path of falsehood, a path to which he wanted to lead the entire Russian Church. Metropolitan Anastasius Rokor. Here's one of my favorites. So, Archimandrite Constantine Zitz of Jordanville. I don't know how to say his last name too well because I ain't too smart, but whatever. Inasmuch as a person is reconciled with the Soviet Church, perceiving it as a true church, and being satisfied with the opportunity to have fellowship with Christ in her, then such a person lays upon himself the seal of falsehood, which is embodied in it. After all, the evil emergence of this church is not only the sin of recognizing the satanic authority as being the alleged established by God, not only the sin of shedding the blood of the new martyrs, but also the terrible sin of replacing the church. This is the sin of the Antichrist. It is necessary to delve deeper into the understanding of the Soviet Church in order to fully comprehend her godlessness. The Soviet Church is canonically unholy. So here we come back to this, the theme of the stream, uncanonical. Here's some stats here. The persecution of the church in the USSR, 1914 through 1937. The Orthodox faithful that were persecuted, meaning killed, were 120 million in 1914. And then in 1937, this is an exaggeration, 42 million. That's the faithful. Monasteries, 953 monasteries in 1914. Churches and chapels, 75,000. Educational institutions, 246. Bishops, 139. Parish clergy, 68,929. Consecrated, 94,629. So there's some stats from the purges. Pretty sick and twisted. Just stacking bodies. Here we got a Father Nikitas Lekin, like Lekhan. Okay. Whoever has made friends with the enemies of the Holy Church, which is the body of Christ, is not a servant faithful to Christ, but an enemy to him. And when a son loves his father's enemy, he truly does not love his father. And from his father he is unworthy of love. In the same way, a Christian, when he loves the enemies of Christ, schismatics, heretics, blasphemers, atheists, truly does not love Christ. So he himself will not be loved by him. Christ loves those who love him. How can he say that I love Christ and the one who communicates with those who tear apart the robe of Christ? If you love Christ, be far from those who blaspheme the church of Christ, and like dogs bark at her, and like wolves howl and torment her. It's pretty heavy. That's heavy. Oh, it's thank you, Sean, for being with me and hearing some of these quotes. I said, okay, about Orthodox. I said I read Father Seraphim Rowe's book on nihilism. Father Andrew. Oh, really? That's interesting. Yeah, yeah. I seen his interview with Subdeacon. That was a great interview. Saint Tikhon was the legitimate patriarch of the reestablished patriarchate. As such, he became martyr, confessor. Saint Martyr, Confessor, Patriarch Tikhon, pray to God for us. Indeed, pray to God for us. Amen. Okay. Um, let me see. Let me see. 1 second. That's interesting. All right. Bear with me, guys. This is my first time. Okay. So, oh, so I can just take that off. Got you. I'm seeing. I'm learning. Okay. All right. Okay. Here's another quote. The Moscow Patriarchate makes no attempts to hide what they truly think of Sergius, who in 1927 betrayed the church to the godless Soviet powers in the 1930s, denied the persecution and martyrdom of those who murdered by the hands of the government. He pledged absolute loyalty and wrote of the Soviet regime that their joys and successes are the joys and successes and whose failures are our failures. I butchered that. Several decades later, this persecution was echoed by Patriarch Kirill, who stated, Patriarch Sergius did not compromise anything of the fundamental significance for the mission that the church is called to fulfill, and is compromised with the authorities extended only to the sphere that was considered important by the authorities, but not essential for the case of human salvation, which for Orthodox Christians loyal to God and not a worldly regime, this is just another example of the historical revisionism of the Moscow Patriarchate. If that doesn't tell you something about Patriarch Kirill, I don't know what will. It's ridiculous. Okay. This is by a priest, Nikita Grigorov. You might have heard an interview by him from Subdeacon Nectarius. He says, this point is so crucial that it cannot be overemphasized. If a church receives its authority from Satan or through Satan's servants, then that church is Satan's church and not Christ's. It may look like Christ's church and even try to act like Christ's church in order to deceive, but the real living person of Jesus Christ has nothing to do with it. Such a church is totally the church of Antichrist and subject only to Satan. Pretty heavy. Metropolitan Anthony Korpovochik of Kiev, first hierarch of the Russian Orthodox Church, the organization of the Moscow Synod, must be recognized to be exactly the same sort of apostates from the faith as the ancient Labelatiches. See, this is this word again. Here it comes again. That is, Christians who, although they refuse to blaspheme openly against Christ and offer sacrifice to the idols, nevertheless still receive from the priests of the idols false documents verifying that they were in complete accord with the adherents of pagan religion. Roca, decree August 22nd, 1928. I wish I could show this photo. This is a great photo. I'll figure this out eventually. Don't worry. Oh, this is a really important quote. It's by St. Victor, new hieroconfessor and Archbishop of Glasgow. And he says, he wrote in his epistle on February 28th, March 12th, 1928. True, we as men are subject to the spiritual authorities, but at the same time, each one of us is directed in life by the commandments of God, in accordance with which we shall be judged. And if we turn out to be accomplices in the impiety of our spiritual authorities, even should that person be of the patriarch himself, then no way can we be justified before God. For the commandment of God declares, whoever shall deny me before men, him I will deny before my Father who is in heaven. That's Matthew 10 and 33. This is why when they tried to persuade St. Maximus the Confessor by means of terrible torture to enter into communion of prayer with a wrong-thinking patriarch, he cried out, even if the whole world, the whole universe begins to have communion with the patriarch, I alone will not communicate with him. Why was that? Because he feared to destroy his soul through communion with a patriarch who had been drawn into impiety. although at that time he had not yet been condemned by a council, and was on the contrary supported by the majority of bishops. You know, the ecclesiastical administrative authority, even in the person of councils, did not always defend the truth in former times, to which his clear witness is borne by the story of Hierarch Athanasius the Great, John Chrysostom, Basil the Great, Theodore the Studite, and others. How then can I remain unreasonable and indifferent? That cannot be. That is why we have set out on the only possible way out in our present situation, the way of the confession of the truth of salvation. This way is difficult, it's the way of exploit, podvig. But we do not trust our own strength, but look to the author or the finisher of our faith, Jesus Christ. Hebrews 12:2. Our action is not a separation for the church, but the defense of the truth and the justification of divine commandments, or still better, the preservation of the whole economy of our salvation. This is why a whole plead of archpastors and have rebuked Metropolitan Sergius, Metropolitans Joseph, uh, Agathangel, and Arsenius, archbishops, bishops, and multitudes of individual pastors, who have told Metropolitan Sergius that they can no longer recognize him to be the leader of the Orthodox Church. Hieroconfessor Victor, Bishop is Vatsky or something. I'm terrible at Russian, but that guy, this wonderful saint, new martyr. So, wow. Um, let's look. Let's look back. Really paying attention, I'm sure. Every bit of the. So, shortly after the enforced education of the Tsar, the Blessed Liturgy had already established the Patriarch for various reasons. Thank you, Sean. Okay, so we got Father Seraphim Rose from his book. I believe it's from Russian Catacomb Saints, which, by the way, is out of print. Wonder why that is. The Moscow Patriarchate gains new prestige and a new ally by its sponsorship of the autocephaly of the American Metropolia, and Orthodox Christians in America did not even suspect they have become passive accomplices of a diabolical program of betrayal and anti-Christianity in the name of orthodoxy. But evil only triumphs in the eyes of men of little faith. One cannot defend the church by a lie. The true Orthodox Christians of these last days are defeated on every hand, mocked by the world and by the betrayers of orthodoxy, despised and persecuted, yet for one thing they are unconquerable. They stand in the truth. And thus, as our God is truth, their ultimate victory is certain. Only may the hour of judgment come soon for the betrayers of orthodoxy. Father Seraphim Rose, the Russian Catacomb Saints, Lives of the New Martyrs. Okay. Sergianism is rooted in Metropolitan Sergius' 1927 encyclical, and more specifically in the portion of this encyclical, we want to be Orthodox and at the same time to recognize the Soviet Union as our civil homeland, whose joys and successes are our joys and successes, whose sorrows are our sorrows. Every blow directed against the Union, whether from within or without, is a blow to us. Okay, we got St. John Maximovich here. For Russia, the times of the catacombs have been resurrected. Great saint. I'm sure everybody knows about St. John Maximovich, and if you don't, I'd check him out. Look at his life. He was a wonder worker. Okay, we got Professor Professor, I can't talk right now. It's crazy. Okay. Professor Ivan Andreev, the Russian Church abroad and the Catacomb Church in Soviet Russia. Famous executioner of the Russian Orthodox Church in the USSR EA Tokov in the last year of Patriarch Tikhon planned to force the higher church power to publish a special declaration, which was supposed to turn the Russian Orthodox Church into, quote, the Soviet Church, serving the anti-Christian plans of the Satanocratic Soviet state. That's a pretty crazy word. Satanocratic. His Holiness Patriarch Tikhon, who made a number of concessions to the Soviet authorities to elevate the unbearable situation of the church, categorically refused to publish such a declaration, for which he paid with his life. Yeah, wow. According to the testimony of the doctor and of his friend, His Holiness Patriarch Tikhon, who was shot in 1930, Professor Dr. M.A. Zelenko, who, being the chief physician of the Moscow prison, Tagaki, dude. Oh, it's so bad. All right, since 1927 became the first catacomb bishop, Maxim, for which he was exalted to Solovsky and then shot. His Holiness was undoubtedly poisoned. I shouldn't be reading this right now. These people are getting killed, and I'm butchering the text. Testament of His Holiness Patriarch Tikhon. According to the authorities' opinion of the professor of criminal law of Petrograd University, A.A. Zahelenko, Bishop Maxim's brother, was undoubtedly false. After the death of the Patriarch, the legitimate lieutenant of the patriarchal throne became the head of the church. Peter, who turned out to be truly a stone in the preservation of the spiritual freedom of the church. Metropolitan Peter categorically refused to sign the declaration, for which he was arrested and exiled and tortured in exile. Exiled and tortured in exile. Why would they write that like that? The most outstanding and the highest in position and more appearance of the hierarchs, confessors, and martyrs refused to sign this declaration. Metropolitan Kirill, Metropolitan Agafongo, Metropolitan Joseph, Archbishop Uglik, Seraphim, etc. The deputy visitator. I can't read this. This is unbelievable. I'm sorry, guys. Above my pay grade. Let's see. What else we got? Someone. Satanocratic. Yeah, that's a great word. Categorically, that Patriarch Tikhon was slowly poisoned while under arrest. Wow. He did some evil things. I lost a viewer. Good. Get out of here. So, a secret Soviet-era document uncovered in Estonia suggests that Patriarch Alexei II, the head of the Russian Orthodox Church and spiritual leader of tens of millions of Christians, was a full-fledged KGB agent. Elected Patriarch in 1990, he cooperated closely with the KGB under the code name Drozdov Thrush. He impressed the KGB with his eagerness, discretion, and lively, forthcoming manner. From 1958, he was an active agent, using the KGB as a career ladder to speed up the ladder. He married to avoid the army, was ordained a deacon 4 days later, and became the bishop of Tallinn at 32. And in the same year, rose rapidly within the WCC. He had a KGB officer whom he met with regularly in clandestine locations who interrogated him. Agents Drozdov and Perovitz traveled to England as part of a delegation of Conference of European Churches. More on the KGB here. So the World Council of Churches is despised for defending the anti-religious policies of the communist government at the instigation of the KGB agents and Cossacks, while it did nothing to support the priests and faithful who rotted in the gulag for their belief. What's going on right here? Oh. Let's see what we got. All right. Here's a great quote from Father Seraphim Rose. Thank you everybody for being here with me, and yeah, okay. So, but with the Soviets, the aim is much deeper and ultimately to destroy the church entirely, using the church's hierarchs themselves when possible as the agents of this scheme, and on this way to the end, getting the church to defend communism abroad and to preach the communist Christianity that prepares the way ideologically for the coming triumph of world communism, and not only a universal political regime, but a year ideological and pseudo-religious tyranny as well. In order to appreciate this, one has to realize what communism is. Not merely the power-mad political regime, but your religious ideological system whose aim is to overthrow and supplant all true systems, most of all Christianity. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to get something to drink real quick. Yeah, John, that's a crazy quote there. Uh, yeah, Lenin said, if people want a church, we'll let them have a church, but it'll be our church. Yeah. The audacity, right? Here's one from Archbishop of Urki. This is a great quote. He says, true orthodoxy is alien to all dead formalism. There is no blind obedience to the letter of the law in it. Better it, orthodoxy is spirit and life. John 6 and 63. What seems absolutely correct and absolutely from an external and purely formal point of view is not necessarily so in fact. Orthodoxy is only and complete truth, pure truth, without any impurity, and the slightest falsehood, lies, evil, and deception. Okay. All right. The classical liberal, i.e., modern man, may be interested in culture, in learning, in business, or merely in comfort, but in every one of his pursuits, the diminished, the absolute is simply absent. He is unable or unwilling to think in terms of ends, of ultimate things. The thirst for absolute truth has vanished. It has been swallowed up by worldliness. Ain't that the truth? It's by Father Seraphim there. Hmm. It's about Metropolitan Cyril. Finally, Metropolitan Cyril's emphasis on the oneness of mind in those traveling the path of true orthodoxy shows our own path today. The leaders of world orthodoxy are pursuing a ruinous path of renovationism and apostasy, but it is a hazard and self-defeating thing to attempt to define the precise point beyond which they, especially their unwitting followers, will have left orthodoxy without hope of return. This judgment is not ours to make, but to us is given to stand firm in the true traditions of orthodoxy handed down to us by our fathers, to remain from communion with those who participate in apostasy from true Christianity, and to seek those of like mind who are resolved to be faithful to orthodoxy to death. At such a foundation, the Catacomb Church remains firm to this day in Soviet Russia, awaiting the day when it can freely and openly give its testimony of the faithfulness to Christ. Now, there's a little bit of debate about this quote because Russian Catacomb states is written, it it's labeled "I am Andreev," right? But if you're looking at the quote and you're reading it, it seems very obvious to me Father Seraphim wrote that quote just on the way he writes. I don't know. That's my opinion on it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I doubt it. I really think he wrote that, and which I mean, he wrote most of the book, or edited it or in some way. Um, Little fun fact there. So this is hmm, so quote from Saint John Maximovich, the great Saint John. So he says, "The misfortune which has befallen Russia is a direct result of her grievous sins, and the rebirth of Russia can only come about only after she cleanses herself of these sins. However, this day there has been no real repentance. The transgressions committed have obviously not been repudiated, and many active participants in the revolution still maintain that at the time it was not possible to act otherwise. As there has been no direct condemnation of the February Revolution, the uprising against God's anointed, the Russian people will continue to share in that sin, especially when they defend the results of the revolution." St. John Maximovich. And that was written in Belgrade in 1938. And what's funny is that really hasn't changed much. There's still people out here today who say it was the Tsar, he was weak, and Stalin was this great Orthodox leader, and the country was better off through Stalin, and it's pretty bad, pretty bad. All right, here we got a calendar quote. Always a good thing to hear a calendar quote. "Among those causes who have introduced lamentable divisions with the Orthodox Church in this century, one of the most serious has been the uncanonical adoption in 1924 by the Church of Constantinople and a few other churches of the Gregorian calendar. The Slavic churches to this day have refused to follow this example, and the voice of protest within the Greek church has been so strong that the new calendar church has been forced into the position of persecutor of the large number of clergy and faithful who remain true to Orthodox tradition." Father Seraphim Rose. Yeah, but they claim he's their saint when he's talking about these type of things. He's saying they remain faithful to the true Orthodox tradition here. So, what's he talking about? What's he talking about? But it wouldn't even matter to those people. They'll just say, he was a new calendarist or something. Okay. St. Ignatius wrote, "We are helpless to arrest this apostasy. Impotent hands will have no power against it, and nothing more will be acquired than an attempt to withhold it. The spirit of the age will reveal the apostasy. Study it, if you wish to avoid it. If you wish to escape this age and the temptations of its spirits, one can suppose, too, that the institution of the church, which has been tottering for so long, will fall terribly and suddenly. Indeed, no one is able to stop it or prevent it. The present means to sustain the institutional church are borrowed from the elements of the world. Things, uh, I've seen this word twice now. Imnisal. Imnisal. This is terrible. I have to find out what that word is. It's going to drive me crazy. Let's see if somebody in the chat knows this word. Inimical. Inimical. Inimical, right? Whatever. And the consequences will be only to accelerate its fall. Nevertheless, the Lord protects the elect, and their limited number will be filled. That's a great quote, and I ruined it. There has yet been no official announcement as to where all this is leading, but logically the road is quite obvious. The ideology on which ecumenism is based, which inspires its actions and words, is a heresy in itself. How else can one view assertions that the Church of Christ does not exist, that no one possesses the entire truth, that the Church is still in the process of being created? However, without too much, it can be seen that the self-liquidation of orthodoxy that participates in ecumenism is at the same time the self-destruction of Christianity as such. For if there is not one single church that is specifically the Church of Christ, then neither will the combination of all the sects be a church, at least in the sense that which the concept was presented by its founder, the Lord Jesus Christ. Furthermore, if all Christian groups are related to one another, then all of them together are related to other religious groups. As such, Christian ecumenism can only lead to a syncretic world religion, the religion of Antichrist. Such is truly the underlying goal of the ideology that inspires the ecumenical movement. And currently, this ideology has taken over the participants in the ecumenical movement, that a dialogue, quote, and subsequent unification with non-Christian religions becomes the next logical step for today's corrupt Christianity. I spelled it, John. Did you get it? I can spell it in chat. How about that? You want me to do that? I lost 2 more viewers. Oh no. I don't blame you guys, dude. I'd leave too. All 5 of you need to leave. Get out of here. I'm leaving. I'm going to do a couple more of these and I'm out. So, Orthodox Christians, hold fast to the grace which you have. Never let it become a matter of habit. Never measure it by mere human standards or expect to be logical or comprehensible to those who understand nothing higher than what is human, or think to obtain the grace of the Holy Spirit in some other way than that which the one Church of Christ has handed down to us. True Christianity, by its very nature, must seem totally out of place in these demonic times. A dwindling minority of the despised and foolish in the midst of a religious revival, inspired by another kind of spirit. But let us take comfort from the certain words of our Lord Jesus Christ. Fear not, little flock, for it is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom. That's Luke 12 and 32. Another Father Seraphim Rose quote. I'm sure annoying some people with that. Maybe, I don't know. I hope not. I can't help it. I like all his quotes personally. Here's an older one: Saint Athanasius the Great. Without a pure mind and a life modeled on the saints, no one can comprehend the words of the saints. One wishing to comprehend the mind of the theologians must first wash and cleanse his soul by a manner of life, and approach the saints themselves by the imitation of their works, so that by being filled, so that by with them in the conduct of a common life, he may understand also the things revealed to them, and thenceforth, as just as God, Lord forgive, as joined to them, may escape the peril of sinners and their fire in the day of judgment, but may receive what has been laid up for the saints in the kingdom of heaven, which eyes has not seen, nor ears heard, nor have they entered in the heart of man. I don't know why I did this. Nothing ever goes as planned in life. That's what I've learned. Can't really plan things. As the ecumenical cancer eats more and more away at the remaining sound organs of the Orthodox Churches today, an increasing sympathy is being shown by the most sensitive of members of the official, quote, Orthodox jurisdictions for the cause and representatives of the anti-ecumenist, anti-reformist churches of Russia, Greece, and the diaspora. St. Seraphim Rose. We got St. Gregory of Nyssa. Let us cease desiring to be teachers of the teachers. Let us loathe the war of words which destroys its hearers. Let us believe as our fathers bequeathed to us, for we were not more precise than the teachers. We got Elder Nectaria of Optina. He's great. Recommend his book to anybody listening. If you haven't read it, it's pretty good. It's I don't think it's in print anymore, but if you can find it, definitely try to find it. It's he says, in the last days before Christ's coming, it will be preserved in the following form: one Orthodox bishop, one Orthodox priest, and one Orthodox layman. I'm not saying that there won't be any churches at all. Maybe there will be. But Orthodoxy in itself will be preserved only in such a form. I think I'm going to speculate on this stuff right here, um, a little bit. One Orthodox bishop, one Orthodox priest, and one Orthodox layman. I'm saying there won't be any churches at all. Maybe there will be. But Orthodoxy itself will be preserved only in such a form. That's a pretty terrifying thought, because we, as true Orthodox, do have a considerable amount of parishes and stuff. So, in the very last days, it's only going to be preserved by one of each. Really, that's crazy. If that doesn't tell us to be on guard, I don't know what does. Oh, I got something. You know what? This might be interesting. I found a rare text from Father Seraphim Rose that I don't think too many people have read. I found it in Greek and I translated it, so using AI for a good purpose. Okay, where's it at? Put it somewhere. Put it. Okay, yeah, Here we go. It's between Father Seraphim Rose and one of his students. He says, yes, you can give many interpretations to this particular phrase. It means that the devil does not have the power to do much. If he were standing upright, he would be a dangerous enemy. He would strike at every point. Okay, so going into this, I believe he's talking about the serpent, uh, you know. Okay. Student, if he cannot do much, how is it that he can snatch us from any situation and bring us low? Wait, what is it? Father Seraphim writings are worth rereading, especially his letters. He knew well, and so clear what the thing had. Show his opponents today. Writings are what he had. This is in the last day. Yeah, I agree. It is in the last days. But what I'm saying is Saint Nectarius is saying in the last days that it'll be only one Orthodox bishop, one Orthodox priest, and one Orthodox clergy. And we don't see that yet, so we can't be in the very last days. So what I mean, we're in the last days, but I don't know. Thus it is today, a priest here, a bishop there, some laymen here and there, a scattered flock, churches taken over by ecumenists, world orthodoxy. Yeah, I guess you're right. There's that. I think it's in the Church in the Last Times by Vladimir Moss. He talks about the splintered ship, you know, all coming together near the end. Hopefully that happens. Okay, back to this little thing I found in Greek. So he goes, yes, you can give many interpretations of this particular phrase. It means that the devil does not have the power to do much. If he were standing upright, he'd be a dangerous enemy. He would strike at every point. Student, if he cannot do much, how is it that he can snatch us from any situation and bring us low? Father Seraphim, if we have the grace of God and do not cooperate with the devil, he cannot. Only when we ourselves allow our will to stray from God through the devil can this happen. In fact, we can be led astray just like Adam, even without the devil. Adam could have sinned without Satan, but as he saw the pleasant appearance of the forbidden fruit, and there was already a temptation to want it for himself outside of God's commands. Student, is the devil used as a tool by God? Father Seraphim, oh, that is a great question. Student, you know how God allowed Satan to tempt Job? Excuse me. Father Seraphim, correct. We do not believe that there is a God and a devil and they are fighting each other as the Manichaeans believed. We believe that in reality, God is responsible for everything. And even when things go against him, he uses them either for his greater glory or to bring people to salvation. Thus, everything in the world happens either because God wills it or it allows due to the presence of freedom to bring about a greater good. The devil has an independent personality, but in the long run, he loses. Even when he causes something terrible like the Russian Revolution, from that emerges the new martyrs, who are a tremendous inspiration for people. Can you imagine what would happen in Russia without the revolution, given the way things were going? It would probably have even been worse than Greece today, a terrifying place filled with worldliness, pretending to be orthodox, but instead it was punished. Therefore, something good came out of the revolution. Even though the devil had bad intentions, the devil is independent. He can do evil, but God always brings good from it for those who will it for good. Student, the devil cannot do anything without God allowing him, right? No, he cannot. When we say that the devil is bound for 1,000 years throughout the entire period between the first and second coming of Christ, that does not mean he cannot do anything. It means that he can only do what God allows. When a person walks with the grace of Christ, only if he himself strays from it can the devil do anything to him. When we have temptations, it is just like the serpent striking the heel. It is something small, and we must shake it off. Only if we allow ourselves to be overwhelmed by them do we fall into despair, anger, and all kinds of sins. Thus, the power of the devil is very limited, student. But it wouldn't. But it wasn't like that before Christ. Father Seraphim. Before the coming of Christ, Satan had much power because everyone worshipped idols, which were demons. Student. But in the broader scheme of things, everything was within God's plan. Father Seraphim. Well, yes, but it's something much deeper, mystical. Everything is within the plan, and yet each person freely does what he wants within this plan. And God brings good and order from all this, regardless of how many demons or people want to do evil. It's pretty interesting. Thus it is today, a priest here. This is what happened in our parish 2020 COVID. That was the coup de grace. Yeah, hear that. Let me try to find something else pretty good to share. I'm only going to do a couple more and I'm out of here. So I think I've lost my audience. So, okay. All right. We're going to lives. All right. All right. I compiled this thing called the clock strikes 12, and I think it would kind of be fitting to read this. I got this from a few different places, and I kind of just put it together into one thing, and I named it "The Clock Strikes 12." So, 1917, the Russian Tsar Nicholas II is betrayed and abdicates his throne. He is martyred with his family. Thus was accomplished the prophecy of the Holy Apostle Paul in reference to the Antichrist when he wrote, "For the mystery of lawlessness already is energizing itself. Only there is one who restraineth now, until he should be taken out of the midst, and then the lawless one shall be revealed." 2 Thessalonians 2, 7 and 8. That is the Antichrist. Okay. So we're talking about Tsar Nicholas II being the restrainer, sort of holding back the evil in the world. And when he's taken out, something's unleashed in the world. And we see that sort of, you know, 1917, the Russian Revolution, it's immediately starts, 1920, the calendar Reformation, the calendar change. So it's like chaos. I'm sure there's more events that I don't know about that happened all around the world at this particular time. Like a cosmic curse was let off into the world. So after the midnight on July 4th, 1917, July 4th, What? July 4, 1918. Okay. The entire family, with their doctor and the two faithful servants, was brought to the basement of the house of their confinement under the pretext of moving them once again because there's unrest in the city. There they were brutally and mercifully murdered. The children as well as the adults under color. I can't believe what's going on. Under the cover of darkness, for men loved darkness rather than light because their deeds were evil. John 3:19. The Tsar was shot as he stood forward to defend his family. Tsaritsa Alexandra was able to make the sign of the cross before she fell. She too fell. The first bullets did not bring death to the youngest one, and they were savagely clubbed, bayoneted, and shot point-blank range before being robbed of all their precious things. Those killed were the Tsar, born 1868, the Tsaritsa, 1872, Olga, 1895, Tatiana, 1897, Maria, born 1899, Anastasia, born 1901, Alexis, born 1904. The Tsar's physician, Eugene Botkin. Okay, and then we have the Tsaritsa's chambermaid, Anna S. Demidova, and the cook, Ivan Mikolovich, and the servant, A.E. Troop, and the sailor, Clement G. Norgany, and who had looked after the Tsarevich since early childhood, and Ivan D. Sidnov, and servant of the Grand Duchess, General Elias, and Prince Basil, who had been refused permission to stay with the royal family at uh, and was also shot in prison, and the maid of honor, she was shot, and the court teacher, Catherine A. Schneider, was taken to Perm and shot there. Wow. It is important to take into account a conversation that the Tsar had with a member of the Rothschild banking family, which was, of course, both Jewish and Masonic, at a ceremonial dinner in Dunkirk in 1901. The billionaire Rothschild suggested that Russian debt to France could be written off in exchange for the Jews being given equal rights in Russia. The Tsar refused, saying that the Russian people was very trusting, and in conditions that equal rights would quickly fall into the Jewish cabal. On leaving Rothschild, the Tsar said, "Now I have signed my death sentence." Vladimir Moss, The Masonic Plot Against Tsar Nicholas II, page 9. Okay, the execution of Nicholas II and his relatives was carried out by Jewish Bolsheviks under the direction of Germany, which sought to destroy Russia, the evidence for which was it was a black magic ritual. The main evidence that it was religious Jews in the incident were four strange signs inscribed on the walls of the execution room. They were discovered during the investigation and later interpreted as secret Kabbalistic writings deciphered by Enil Skaratin. These people have the craziest names I've ever seen. In 1925, as mentioned previously, to read as follows: hereby orders of mysterious forces, the Tsar was sacrificed for the destruction of the state, and all people are to be notified about this. This murder was thought out and organized and ordered and carried out by any means by servants of the coming Antichrist, those who sold their soul to Satan, and those who intensely prepared for the speedy triumph of the enemy of Christ, the Antichrist. They perfectly understood that their main obstacle was Orthodox Tsarist Russia. Therefore, it was necessary to destroy the Orthodox Russia and arrange in its place an evil state opposed to God that would gradually spread its power over the entire world. and for the earliest certain destruction of Russia. It was necessary to destroy the one who is living, the living symbol, the Orthodox Tsar. After the abdication of the Tsar and the installation of the Masonic provisional government, almost all the plotters later repented of their actions. Thus, in the summer of 1917, writes F. Vinberg in Petrograd and Moscow, there circulated from hand to hand copies of a letter of a cadet leader, Mikolokov. In this letter, he openly admitted that he had taken part, as had almost all the members of the State Duma, in the February coup, in spite of the fact that he had understood the danger of the experiment he had undertaken. But this gentleman cynically admitted in his letter, we knew that in the spring we were about to see the victory of the Russian army. In such a case, the prestige and attraction of the Tsar among the people would again become so strong and tenacious that all the effects to shake and overthrow the throne of the autocrat would be in vain. This is why we had to resort to a very quick revolutionary expulsion, so as to avert this danger. However, we hoped that we were ourselves would be able to finish the war triumphantly. It turned out we were mistaken. All the power was quickly torn out of our hands by the plebs. Our mistake turned out to be fatal for Russia. So we must conclude that it was both stupidity and treason that manifested themselves in the actions of the February plotters. They were undoubtedly traitors in violating their oath of allegiance to the Tsar, but they were also stupid because they did not understand what the overthrow of the Tsar would lead to. Tsar martyr Emperor Nicholas once said, if a sacrifice is necessary for the salvation of Russia, I will be that sacrifice. That which restraineth the appearance in the world of Antichrist, the man of lawlessness and the anarchy, and the last and most powerful enemy of Christ and his church. In the teachings of St. John Chrysostom and other fathers of the church, lawful authority is represented and symbolized by a Roman Empire. This idea was incarnated supremely in the Christian emperor, first in Byzantium, when Constantinople was the second Rome, and then in Orthodox Russian Empire, when Moscow was the third Rome. In 1917, the Castilian Age came to an end. The Orthodox Empire was overthrown, and the world, beginning with Moscow, had been thrown into an age of lawlessness and atheism, and church life of apostasy, and such has not been the same. And I thought this would be something to bring up here too. In Father Seraphim Rose's, I believe it's in his Orthodox Survival course, he talks about lawlessness. Like even with music, there was uh, a a person that studied, you know, music throughout history, and he came to the 20th century. And he said, "Whatever it is, it's not music." So I stopped there, because it kind of is based on lawless principles that music never really took to, and the same with art. You got these guys like, like Jackson Pollock that are just like throwing paint on a canvas, and there's a lawless spirit about the age that we're in, and it could be, uh, I think it is, because of what happened here in 1917. A curse was sort of unleashed on the world. Okay, so Tsar Nicholas II was the last representative of the ideal of a lawful Christian authority, and the age of lawlessness began appropriately with his murder. For Orthodox Christians, however, the new age begins with a martyr, a witness of the Orthodox faith, faithful to the end to his church and his sacred calling. July 4th, 1968, was the 50th anniversary of the martyrdom of Emperor Nicholas, falling shortly upon the 100th anniversary of his birth. together with the entire imperial family, who were barbarously slaughtered by the lawless Bolshevik power in the basement of a house of Ekaterinburg in Siberia. To commemorate this anniversary, the Sobor bishops of the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia made an important decision, what is set forth in their epistle that follows. Job, the much suffering, on the day of whose commemoration the Tsar was born and said in his grievous suffering, concerning the day of his conception, as it is written in his book, as for that night, let darkness seize upon it. Let it not be joined into the days of the year. Job 3 and 6. Terrible was the night of the murder of our Tsar, Father Seraphim Rose. But the ancient Christians profoundly and graphically called the days on which martyrs were commemorated days of birth, and the night of the murder of our Tsar shines in our conscience of the birth in the Russian heaven of the martyr Tsar. One arch-pastor who had profoundly suffered the dark horrors of our disjointed times had exclaimed, Russian people, where is the grave of your Tsar? And we stand paralyzed as if above a worldwide abyss that has swallowed up the last traces of the Tsar. Somewhere in the Urals have gone into the earth specks of dust from the body of the clothing with the executioners and their servants covered with acid and burned, sacred specks of dust, already scarcely material, and there was no mercy. And not only was there no mercy, there was even no funeral. The Church's prayers of absolution was not read over them, before whom for already half a century feel the guilt of our entire people. Bowing before these animate sacrifices, rational whole burnt offerings, knowing God, known by God. Before the martyr Tsar and those killed with him, the Sobor bishops of the Russian Orthodox Church outside of Russia, an awareness of the arch-pastoral duty, decrees that there be performed the funeral of the imperial martyrs and all Orthodox Christian killed by the atheist power who has been deprived of a church funeral. This great day, the funeral of the Tsar martyr and all the commemorated with him who have been deprived until now of a church funeral, will be July 4th, 17th, 1968. The 50th anniversary of the crime, and may the hearts of all believing Russian people be lit before God like candles, and with one soul and repentant prayer for their passion bearers. Amen. Seraphim Rose. We can see the fearlessness of Patriarch Tikhon, the confessor, in the sermon delivered on July 8th, 21st, 1918, in the Kazan icon of the Mother of God Church on the Red Square opposite the Kremlin. When he learned of the killing of the Tsar martyr, the Bolsheviks had kept secret the fact that the entire royal family had been killed along with the Tsar. He, the Tsar, undertook nothing to help his situation. He submitted to his fate without grumbling, and suddenly he was sentenced to the execution somewhere in the depths of Russia by a small band of men, not for any fault, but under the pretense that someone wished to steal him away. This order was fulfilled, and after his execution, that act was approved by the powers that be. Our conscience cannot make peace with this act. We must openly declare this as Christians, as sons of the Church. Let us be called counter-revolutionaries. Let them then execute us. We are ready to endure this with all hope that the words of our Savior will apply to us. Blessed are they that hear the word of God and keep it. Luke 11 and 28. Okay. Arthur Joy, yeah, I would agree. It was removing the image of God from the art. There's no image at all. It's just everywhere. It's kind of, well, I think all modern music is that way. I mean, it doesn't really follow any principles that music once did. And I'm not saying like I don't listen to music. from time to time, but I can definitely see that it's lawlessness, and it's leading to lawlessness. It kind of promotes lawlessness. Everything in our society is sort of uh, nihilistic, self-absorbed. Um, it's pretty bad. But let's keep going. So this is the second part of this I put together. The first part I compiled that from a few different texts that surprisingly fit pretty well. But this is called Regicide, and this was in the Orthodox Word, and I think it was 1992 that it was put in there. But it's by Bishop Nectari. Uh, I forget his last name. That's unfortunate. But anyways, uh, regicide. The devil already, it seems, had for a long time been trying to manifest Antichrist, but could not, because the divine grace, fully active through the anointing by God, he who restraineth did not give him much such possibility. In order for the mystery of iniquity to receive freedom of action, it was necessary to take from the midst the restraining one, which precisely occurred by allowance of God because the sins of the Russian people. Thus occurred the frightful deed, regicide. The emperor, the anointed of God, the protector of the Orthodox Church, the head of the Orthodox government, was killed. He who restraineth was killed, and from that moment the mystery of iniquity received freedom. We were all witnesses to the unrestrained reign and propagation of evil in the whole world. For what we have said above, it is absolutely clear that evil deed was ritualistic and not a political killing, which was demonstrated also by the Kabbalistic signs on the walls of the cellar of the Apatiev house. Epitiev. See, I wish I could say these words. No. Where this truly satanic evil deed was performed. As Christ was crucified on Golgotha for the sins of the whole world and abandoned by all, so also was the emperor presented as a sacrifice for the sins of all of Russia and abandoned by all. No one rendered help to their emperor in the days of his temptations when he was a prisoner of God's fighting satanic power. Therefore, the mortal sins of regicide lies hanging over all Russian people, and consequently in this or that measure over each of us. And if this is so, then in order to have at least a small hope of removing the sin from the conscience of Russia, it is necessary, besides our deep repentance, to canonize the emperor as the head of the Russian new martyrs. After all, he's accepted a martyric end for the Orthodox faith, for the Orthodox Church from his homeland. Uh, this tragedy, the imperial family, lies as a curse upon the Russian land, having become a symbolic prologue to the long path of the cross of Russia, to the perdition of tens of millions of its sons and daughters. The canonization of the royal martyrs will be for the Russia the removal of sin of regicide, finally freeing it from the evil spirit. Epatiev. Epatiev. You're right. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. It's a hard one, John. I don't know. Uh, Watching a Home Alone from the Burglars Perspective video right now for my ADHD is not doing well during this video. You always complain. Like, why are you here, man? This is my first day. You know? What would that be, Bishop? Yeah, it's see, I'm bad with these Russian names. I can't help it. You know, I wish I was better with it. Can you do the same thing? Can you help me with that pronunciation of that one? Kontsevich. Kontsevich? Is that it? Kontsevich. Oh, are you saying your ADHD isn't doing good with the Home Alone video? It's probably not doing good with this one either. I know I'm not doing good with this. All right. Continue. Let's see where we're gonna go from here now. Oh, oh. I could read you guys something about Freemasonry if you want. Some. This is pretty crazy. It's called breaking a Masonic oath. All right. So, in Freemasonry, the individual presents himself at the door of a Masonic lodge, properly prepared and humbly soliciting to be admitted to the mysteries and privileges of the ancient Freemasonry is called initiate. What leads him there is an act of faith. He comes because in life he has a feeling of incompleteness, and because he finds that pursuing ephemeral pleasures does not satisfy his soul. Every initiate and every mystery must pledge secrecy for what will be communicated to him during the ceremony. Such constraint has been imposed on him since time immemorial, and evidence exists that this was customary also in the days of the guilds and the operative medieval stonemasons. The solemn promise of the modern initiate, however, is not on par with the oath of the ancient craftsman. According to Bernard Jones, the oath is a solemn appeal to God in support of the truth, a declaration made, and a witness that a promise will be kept. Note the words an appeal to God. An oath is also neither objectable nor it can be open to criticism unless the oath itself is immoral. When an initiate swears on the volume of the sacred law, nowadays instead of an obligation which is described as blinding agreement made under a pain of sanction, if it is unilaterally broken, essentially ritual revision through time has eroded and eventually removed the authority and intensity initially presents in the oath and turned it into mere promise. For that reason, it is felt necessary to give the obligations a mantle uh, by asking the initiate to recite the ritual words in a manner similar giving testimony in a court of law and seal his promise by kissing the VSL. VSL. Well, I wonder what that means. See this Masonic coding here. Anybody know what kissing the VSL means? All right. So both oaths and obligations bind society together and stop it from falling into disorder, confusion, anarchy, and they also ensure that justice keeps being administered. All authority, custodians, legislators, civil servants, and state officials are bound by their oath of office, and so too are the politicians, even though the latter regularly commit perjury with a despairing indifference. The Romans punished this sin by tearing the sinner's tongue out by the roots. Sheesh. To make the promise of a solemn obligation, the initiate places his right hand on the VSL. Again, with this, what is that? Let me see. What's a VSL? I appreciate it, John. Okay, all right. Let's continue. In the old charges, the initiate requires a take, the oath, without evasion, equivocation of men mental reservation of any kind, meaning that there must not be any international disclosure to the profane world. Breaking an oath in Freemasonry considered a serious matter because it bestows knowledge that is used only for a particular level of spiritual consciousness. If the Freemason communicates it to someone who is from a lower spiritual plane, it will lead to profane interpretation, rather, and use the recipient cannot interpret that knowledge nor handle the energy that accompanies it. This will damage both he and who gives and who receives. In ancient times, it was accepted that the method and place of the execution should, where possible, symbolically reflect the nature of the crime in London. For example, the Admiralty, yes, sound it out. So, courts condemned smugglers and mutineers to death by hanging them on the river Thames at execution dock in Wapping, which was in use for more than 400 years. A scaffold for hanging was placed at the low water mark so that when the water came in, it became sufficient. The condemned individual in the ties would wash him 3 times. The dock saw at least 78 hangings between 1735 and 1830. Okay. The visit of the pub called the Prospect at Whitby. If you can see with your own eyes the replica of the gallows complete with the hanging noose, the pub had been on the site since the 1520s. Punishment could be barbaric in the past, and it is 10 times its severity bore no proportion to the crime committed. Um, King Edgar punished a thief by mutilation and afterwards cast his body, in which there was no life, to the beasts of prey and the fowls of heaven. The monarch is better known in history as Edgar the Peaceful. The offense of stealing a chicken in the 17th and 18th centuries would often be punished by the death penalty. They'll be stealing chickens in the 17th and 18th. If this sounds absurd and too severe, it might shock you to know the punishment of the ancient Jews dispensed for breaking one's word. The parties to an agreement would kill and divide into a fat cow and then walk around the carcass portions to seal their arrangement. If one violated the pact, he would himself suffer the same death as the animal, and his body would then be left as meat from the fowls of the heavens and the beasts of the earth. Book of Jeremiah. Um, okay, let's continue here. Freemasonry is described as the gentle craft because it teaches brotherly love, relief, truth, and love of God, charity, mutual help, but from a dialogue between Simon, a town mason, and Philip, a traveling mason, which dates back to 1713 and 1740. We learn of the following dreadful penalty that would threaten to a Freemason if he broke his oath. It says, "My heart shall be plucked from my left breast, my tongue plucked from the roof of my mouth, my throat cut, my body be torn to pieces by wild horses, be it burned and buried in the sands of the sea where the tide flows in 24 hours, taken up, burnt to ashes, and sift where the four winds blow, and there may be no more remembrance of me, so help me God." Victims of the Masonic punishment. The famous music genius Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart was a brother of the order and tragically died at his home in Vienna in the premature age of 33. Mozart had unwisely discovered a number of Masonic secrets in the opera, The Magic Flute, and the story goes that Masons took revenge by poisoning him to death. More on this story on Mozart's life can be read. Might come back to that another time. That sounds interesting. Then there is William Morgan affair, the tale of the bricklayer who lived in New York in the 1820s. No evidence has surfaced of William having been initiated in a Masonic lodge, but the man cunningly found his way into the Royal Arch, a superior Masonic degree through the Western Star Chapter Ram number 33 of Leroy, New York. When suspicions about his regularly began to surface and spread, William went on the attack. He threatened the order with a book in which he would expose all the Masonic rituals and secrets and procedures. But before he could register for copyrights and publish it, the authorities arrested him and charged him on unpaid debts. His release came when an anonymous benefactor paid the creditor. But as soon as William was freed, three Freemasons, Chesbro, Lawson, Sawyer, forced him onto a cart and drove him to the 150 milt Fort Niagara. It was in the autumn of the year of 1826. Nothing was heard of Morgan until October 1827, when the sea washed a body ashore. That Morgan's widow identified that as of her husband, caused by the Masonic ritual. Uh, Masonic murder theory to capture America's imagination. There are so many twists in this story that I advise you to read the full article here. See, we could go on and on with this. This is crazy. Closer home, we have had the case of the Italian banker Roberto Calvi, a member of the Masonic Lodge Propaganda Due P2, who was almost financially broke. Who almost financially broke the Vatican. Okay, so this guy Roberto Calvi almost broke the Vatican. Okay. After joining Freemasonry, Calvi rose from the anonymous position of accountant at the Banco Ambrosiano, Milan, to that of its chairman. His role was to recycle the substantial funds deposited by the IOR, uh, Instituto per le Opere Religiose. The Vatican Bank was a deceiving name, and money came from the mafia and the Camorra, from corrupted Italian politicians and secret political organizations. In 1981, the Italian justice system Calvi to 4 years in jail for illegal foreign currency deals, prompting him to flee to London. In June 1982, on a false passport, his hiding had been taken care of by the mafia, which no one was calling in all its money. Calvi began sending signals back to Rome, and if its court case appeared confirmed the original sentence and forced him to return to Italy, he would tell everyone he knew. 18th June 1982, Roberto Calvi's body was found hanging by a rope under the Blackfriars Bridge. The Freemasons had ever since been suspect of his murder, and in truth, Calvi had only himself to blame for ending his life. He had made the mistake of coming to the home of the most powerful Masonic lodge in the world, instead of the help that, as a brother in distress, he perhaps expected to receive, as he instead made to face the music. Conclusion: there is a different form of obligation in every degree of Freemasonry, but all of them equally threaten to bring about in a terrifying manner the death of the Freemason who betrays his oath. But murder is a crime, so when two main Grand Lodges of England, the ancient and the modern, merged in 1813, they decided to insert the non-physical penalty into the entered apprentice's obligation and explain to him that any horrible act of physical violence mentioned therein is only symbolic. In England nowadays, the initiate is informed that should he break his obligation, he will be branded as a willful uh, perjured individual, void of moral worth, and totally unfit to be received into this worthy and warranted lodge or society of men who prize honor and virtue above the external advantages of rank and fortune. So out went the ancient feared Masonic punishment of tongue ripping and disemboweling, and in came the expulsion for dishonor. I don't buy it. Just saying. To me, Freemason is all about tradition and the duty of preserving its ancient values, customs, and secrets. Alas, the many changes introduced with the aim of opening and modernizing the order are transforming Freemasonry. Well, what do I know? Maybe so. It's still pretty demonic as far as I'm concerned. Premillennialism or something. I think that's what it's called. And yet another social club intent on charitable activities and obsessed with initiations and honorifics. So let's see. Propaganda do is intelligence for two. uh, oh wow, Isaac, that's pretty insane. May God bless his soul. I apologize for going through that. Wow, heavy. Oh, okay. No, you're. Well, yeah. Tell us. I'd like to hear this myself. Unless he's scared. I mean, if he's scared of, I understand. All right. So I think I'm on a theme here. I kind of like reading a little bit, so I got a couple of viewers here, so maybe I'll read something else about Freemasonry. Oh yeah, I put something here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is some preliminary notes on the influence of Masonry on early Greek ecumenism. This might be interesting. In our modern times, we are all experiencing the rapid and forced advance of globalization in various forms. Could it be, though, the global mechanism so huge and complex as those ones behind globalization would ever leave aside religion, which by all accounts is most decisive factor of the catalyst in social affairs and complications? Does ecumenism as a religious movement that gradually, through very steadily, uh, commingles religions and denominations into an almost uniform whole by eroding the dogmatic self awareness of the very diverse religious groups, have to do with globalization or not? Secret societies, especially Freemasonry, as the predominant among them, have started publicizing ample information on their membership, documents that were formerly strictly classified. Thanks to this development, we can trace the activities of very prestige ecumenist clergymen and theologians within the Ecumenical Patriarchate and the Church of Greece. Back to their Masonic statues and pro Masonic disposition, by way of comparing some distinctive aspect of their thought on the ground activity with official Freemasonic accounts and maxims that, e.g., disparage the church dogmas, uh, proclaim an imminent unification of religions, etc. It seems that alleged uh, capacity of those churchmen as Freemasons, Masons, or Theosophists. Theosophist, that's an interesting term, can be fully ascertained. This paper focuses especially on the cases of the renowned Greek Patriarch Joachim III of Constantinople, 1878 through 1884, and 1901 through 1912, and Malotius of Constantinople, 1921 through 1923. That would be Malotius Montakis. So, and of Alexandria, 1926 through 1935, and the illustrious Greek professors of theology Nicholas Laveris, 1887 to 1961, Demetrios Balanos, 1877 to 1959 rather, Amakelis Alavakatos, 1887 through 1969. It's outlines of their employ to achieve certain goals. Wait. I skipped this. It outlines immediate contribution to ecumenism and exposes the tactics that they. Oh, this is kind of hard to read. Employed to achieve certain goals. Their era, the first decades of the 20th century, were marked by vigorous and global Masonic theosophic efforts to promote not only interreligious and interchristian ecumenism, the WCC being the notorious manifestation thereof, but also an embryonic global government, League of Nations. Even though this paper relates with developments which only pertain to the Greek church affairs, the author has come across evidence relevant also to Russian theology, and the Romanian church feels as a possible further research. Huh. St. Nikolai Velimirovic, I like St. Nikolai. It's got some good things to say. Back in the years 1930, during a pan-Orthodox conference at Vetopedi Monastery, Mount Athos, which was held in preparation for an already at such an early stage anticipation of Orthodox Ecumenical Council, made an unknown to most people astonishing assessment of the threat that the secret society of the Freemasons poses to the church. He stated that the issue of Freemasonry, the Great Church of Constantinople noted its own list of heresies by their name, like Unitism, Chiliasm, etc. But the Masonic danger outmatches all the other dangers. And unfortunately, numerous intellectuals are affiliated with it. This is the new Arianism, and before us stands a great struggle, which we have to undertake fearlessly in the name of God. The greatest threat to Christianity in the world is not Bolshevism or something else, but Masonry, because it is an enemy both external and internal. Huh. We say that the Christian religion is the religion, the sole religion, and that orthodoxy is the only true one. But they Masons renounce the gospel and Christ, putting him on the level with Moses, Buddha, Muhammad. In concordance therewith, the conference repeatedly named the trends of atheism, Masonry, Theosophy, Spiritism as issues that must be addressed through an inter-Orthodox cooperation. Even though St. Nikolai's of warning was disregarded ultimately, and thus not taken into consideration by subsequent preliminary conferences in the 1960s and 70s, at the same time, brigadier of the Greek, uh, wow, Grenadier, Gendarme. I'm sorry, guys. That's a ridiculous word. Alexander. Among many of other scholars affirm St. Nikolai's words in depicting the grave Masonic danger looming over the Greek Orthodoxy and the Greek state in his book, The Greek Police Problem, 1917. He laid out his own account. To Masonry belongs very many intellectuals, politicians, and judges, high-ranking state officials, army officers, money men, all wealthy Greek Americans and hierarchs or theologians. The latter, having become Masons as individual theologians, were diligently promoted into the hierarchy of Orthodoxy and became the most worst national ruiners. The Lodge of Athens, up in the years of 1963, had its Grand Master, the university rector, who was also professor at a theological facility and afterwards a former lawyer. Is that just one or more conspiracy theory that we are facing? Or is there now hardcore evidence to support such claims? Random references to Masonic statues of prestigious Greek church primates and theologians which have occasionally emerged from genuine Masonic sources were in the past addressed for the most part, forever so long, and well-intended doubtfulness alleged as a means of Masonic self-aggrandizement, or even of subversive propagation of Greek old calendars, GOC, to demote official ecclesiastical institutions. Oh, they're saying that uh, that's a trip. Hold up. Let me read that one more time, just for my true Orthodox folks out here. He says, we're in the past address for the most part, and forever so long, well-intentioned doubtfulness alleged as a means of Masonic self-aggrandizement, or even as subversive propaganda by Greek old calendars, GOC, to demote official ecclesiastical institutions. Oh, wow. It seems, though, that Masonry and its kindred societies, eventually free from centuries-old persecution by kings and popes, have nowadays I mean, come on. Insurance. You guys got to look at this word. I'm blown away. I am absolutely blown away by this word. Never mind. Okay, we're just moving on. Don't act like that happened if anybody's here watching me. That didn't happen. More and more of their more hermetically sealed secrets guarding their infiltration in various social, political, economic, and cultural religious structures. For instance, Manfred Agathon's book, Secret Societies in Utopia, a detailed research concerned in the implementation of the Illuminati plan in the late 18th century to take over the German state, is indicative of this new revised approach to the historical events. One more example is the Masonic institution, uh, Contribution dels Observance, uh, crazy French name. Okay. An association of a militant Masonic jurisdiction which functions in our present day in the courtyard of the EU. So it is incarnate in a very official way. The prominent role of Freemasonry is expected to play in the future development in Europe, aiming at the secularization of the formerly Christian societies of our continent. I'm going to have to take a break because I'm falling apart. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let me gather myself because I'm stumbling over my words, my friends. Okay, so on the theater, oh my, look at that. That's embarrassing. On the theoretical grounds, Freemasonry, oh, once it happens, then you just can't stop. What you get, like, reading is kind of like you get a good flow going, And if you start stumbling at one point, then you're just done. You're toast. And you just might as well just pack your bags and go, you know. Theophacy and Rosicrucianism. I know how to say these words, and I'm still stumbling over. Have always propounded their content of church dogmas purporting to establish a philosophical or Gnostic Christianity instead of any other words, a so called esoteric, intolerant Christianity. To benefit their own religious relativism, it is all about the old Masonic motive of the good, loving, humble Jesus versus the hateful, conceited, intolerant church of the clergyman. As put otherwise, more Christianity and less orthodoxy. Wow. That's how these Masons feel. They're like more Christianity and less orthodoxy. What Christianity are they talking about? So, Manly P. Hall, 1901 to 1990, a great magician and Luciferian, and also a celebrated Freemason, wrote in one of his most referenced books, "The true Mason is not creed bound. He realizes with the divine illumination of his lodge that as a Mason his religion must be universal. Christ, Buddha, or Muhammad. The name means little, for he recognizes only the light and not the bearer. He worships at every shrine and bows for every altar, whether in the temple, mosque, or cathedral, realizing with his true understanding that oneself of all spiritual truth. All true Masons know that the only heathen are those who, having great ideals, do not live up to them. They know that all religions are one story told in many ways for peoples whose ideals differ, for whose great purpose is the harmony with the Masonic ideals." Interesting enough, I had a conversation with an ecumenist recently, a ecumenist Freemason, and he said this exact thing. This is what they believe. And there's also Swami Vivekananda who believed the same thing. So I'm pretty sure he was a Freemason too. So this is what they believe. And a guy like that influenced a lot of our modern day intellectuals and colleges and all this stuff. You know, we're in the religion of Antichrist currently. You know, the zeitgeist is out there. Okay, the same position as regards to the church is kept up by the Rosicrucianism, mostly represented by the ancient mystical order of the Rosy Cross, a secret society whose history is interwoven with that of the Freemasons. In their 1942 pamphlet entitled Make Your Own Prophecies, wherein Rosicrucians predict even the development of the modern day virtual digital reality. Oh, wow. In the AMORC, the AMORC also forecast the establishment of a uniform global religion or church. What then does the future hold for religion? We predict a mystical pantheism as the religion of the tomorrow. Wow, this is great stuff. Like, to you guys can't even have this. I'm not even giving this to you anymore. John, I'm doing terrible. I know it. You don't gotta do that, man. I'm alright. I'm alright. Okay, we'll get back to it. Okay, so uh, a secret society whose history is interwoven with the Freemasons in their 1942 pamphlet, "Make Your Own Prophecies," wherein Rosicrucians predict even the development of modern day virtual digital reality. Um, The EMORC also forecasts the establishment of a uniform global religion or church. What then does the future hold for religion? We predict a mystical pantheism as the religion of tomorrow. The central doctrine of this religion will be that a universal intelligence, as a series of uh, concatenations of causes, creative and perfect in its whole, pervades everywhere. Yeah, that's how it goes, I guess. Pervades everywhere and everything. Though it is be absolutely impersonal, it provides in its perfection a faculty in man through which he can draw upon it to prevent and remove any discordance within himself or the spheres of his life's activity. It will not alone be a faith in the brotherhood of man, but a brotherhood of being. There will be not there will not be churches, but a church. There will not be sects, but degrees and grades of comprehension. Hmm. That's very, very. That's a whole lot like Vivekananda. Yeah, he believed, Swami Vivekananda believed that, uh, you know, all truth was true from all religions. It was just like some truths were greater than others. So he would put Christianity at the lowest, of course, and then he went through different degrees of what was true or something, which is pretty preposterous, if you ask me. Another will, another will man advance as he proves himself competent. No men will have absolute comprehension of this universal mind, for they would have to be aware of all those things which it comprises rather. Likewise, therefore, no man will have a wrong conception of it, for each state of consciousness will be held related to the individual's personal attainment. It is obvious that the Rosicrucians therein declare that the forthcoming abolition of the dogmas and creeds, even of the notions of orthodoxy and heresy, and the absolute dominance of a New Age Buddhist type faith in an impersonal, quote, God. Wow. The same perspectives of secret societies threatening to all established creeds was carried forward by, guess who? Alice B. Bailey, 1880, through 1949. If I'm not mistaken, this is going into, the Lucifer Trust and all this stuff. And yeah, yep. The most influential person of the New Age movement, which stemmed from the theosophical, theosophical. That's such a hard one for me. Theosophical society, theosophical. So help me out, John. What does he say? Well, as you watch the John Harris Christianity movies. Maybe the seat of the New Age, the New World Order, the one world government, and a one world religion. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I mean, I know about this stuff because, Father Seraphim wrote about it in his book, Orthodoxy and Religion of the Future. And I found more stuff associated with that. I have that stuff, but this is like I'll drop the link of this for anybody who's interested. What I'm reading from. Okay. All right. All right. Where? Where? For anybody watching, this is my first time doing this, so uh, I'm a noob. Forgive. Okay, there we are. Yeah, exactly. Theosophical society. Theosophical. Society. Yeah. All right. I got it. I think. Theosophical. Yeah. Okay. We're at Alice Bailey here. So, the most influential person in the New Age movement, which stemmed from the Theosophical Society, um, her fondness for Freemasonry and repulsion towards the church is expressed in her very words. It is these mysteries which Christ will restore upon his reappearance. Uh, Thus, having lost through their materialism, Masonry has also lost the true livingness it once possessed, but in its forms and rituals. The truth is preserved and can be recovered. This is the Christ will do. This the Christ will do. I see. The presentation of religious truth in the past has blocked the growth of the religious spirit. Theology has brought mankind to the very gates of despair. The delicate flower of Christ has been stunted and arrested in the dark caves of man's thinking. Fanatical adherence to human interpretations has taken the place of Christian living. A priest who have put the light with the Buddha brought and the love of God as revealed by the life of Christ has been forgotten, whilst men have quarreled over meaning, over phrases, over words. The practical ramifications of such an occult approach to the religious aspects of the globalization militantly undermining the basis of Christian faith can now be somewhat better elucidated. Thanks to the abundance of relative sources, there was declassified due to the feeling of safety that occult societies now enjoy. Recent research indicates that the science that oh man, the recent research indicates that some very important people in the Greek-speaking churches, i.e., the patriarchates of the Near East and the Church of Greece, hierarchs and theologians alike, were actually undercover Freemasons. Hmm. And yeah, I think we all knew that, and most of the true Orthodox know that at least. We herefore, uh, we herefore reveal for the first time some more information greatly important to the writer's humble opinion. Patriarch Joachim III of Constantinople, 1878 through 1884, and 1901 through 1912. He is referred to as a Freemason to various Masonic sources. For instance, in the official website of the Grand Lodge of Greece, and Menelaus' work in 2 volumes, Illustrious and Famous Greek Freemasons, 1880 through 1970, and also in the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry by Lester Lacarius, 1951, republished in 2001. Okay, and it says the Black Lexicon of the Greek Masonry by a former Freemason and later anti-Mason writer and journalist, the late Basil Lampropoulos. 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 Yeah. And what I consider to be unshakable, if this damn thing don't stop moving, unshakable pieces of evidence in the context, though it is firstly a very short reference to Joachim's membership in the lodge's progress. Noted above, personal diary records of a renowned Greek mathematician, Constantinos Carthario, wait, Carathéodori. Oh, Constantinos Carathéodori. Okay. Um, uh, Physensites concords on Joachim's membership in the same lodge. Carthederi is believed by many to be the tutor of Albert Einstein. What? Wow, this guy was the tutor of Albert Einstein. His diary was published as an appendix within a monograph written by Maria uh, Georgiado. The diary keeper, Carthedori, probably also a Mason himself, since he was aware of his fellow Mason affiliation, with certain lodges testifies through this diary of the Masonic capacity, among others. A Patriarch Joachim III, also the professor of theology, Demetrios Balanos, see further below, and the renowned Greek politician Eleftherios Venezuelos. What I render significant in this diary notes, published almost about 60 years after Carthederi's death, is that they can't have part of a design misleading trend of Masonic propaganda. They're confidential notes for the personal reference and thus essential proof for the matter in question. One could also point out that the fact that Carthederi, dude, why do they have to just keep putting this guy's name here? Like, it's a really ridiculous name, Carathadori. Carathadori. Like, come on, dude. If I see that word, I'm just saying K from here on out. Oh, okay. Was one to address and exalt Patriarch Joachim III when praising oratory upon his second enthronement on June 11th, 1901. The second most important piece of evidence in a Masonic inscription, in plain view of the Greeks of Constantinople for the last 130 years, it is the Masonic square and compass embossed on one of the parapets of the tower of the great school of the nation in Constantinople. The Masonic symbol decorates the name of the architect who built the great school, Constantinos Domates. And the indication, wow, dude. What sucks about when you're unscribed and you're reading these like documents and you can't, they kind of jump around a little bit. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. Now I lost my place. Unreal. Oh, I got to guess. I got to guess, bro. What's up?
Not much, just eating some hummus.
That's what's up. I'm reading a paper on Freemasonry and boring my viewers to death. So, my 8. We're kind of like Noah's Ark right now. That's
What?
how do you become a guest? How does he become a guest? How would we do that?
For the live?
I mean, I don't really care. I'll give it to him if he
Because
wants.
you just gotta, whatever you sent me, that kind of link, you just gotta send him that.
Yeah, I know, but okay, invite guest. Oh yeah, I mean, I got you, but I don't have any contact with him. You know what I'm saying? You got contact with that guy?
Well, let me look.
If he comes up here, I'm gonna just talk straight cash. No, I'm playing.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. I'm just goofing. Okay. You want to talk about the remaining old calendars? I don't know how to get you up here. I mean, how can I do this? I mean, I have the link. Where are you at?
I'm pretty sure I'm in. It looks like I'm in on my side. If you're talking to me.
No, I'm talking to Lazaroon in the chat. He wants to get in here. Ugh. Okay, I'll accept, but you don't deserve it. Dude, I read some craziness.
Yeah, I was chewing a bit on my drive home, so it's some pretty good stuff about like the Italian Mason guy and stuff like that.
Yeah, that guy, this P2 guy, propaganda do or something. I don't know. That's pretty interesting stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I'm glad someone popped up here, man.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's not freezing cold right now, so I can actually be out here.
Oh, word up.
Oh.
I tried to send you it, man, and for whatever reason, I can't send it to you. I don't know why that is. Wait. Oh, I see what I gotta do. Okay, look.
I did drop some of my hummus though, so I'm a little sad about that. But
No. Okay. All right, guys. Okay. So, look at the time. 11:11. How time flies. Late for me. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm not keeping anybody. If you disappear, you disappear. I might read a little bit more of this paper on Freemasonry because I'm kind of into it personally. So,
whoa, you're a Freemason? Whoa.
yeah.
I was surprised that you weren't fluent in Russian, but whatever.
No, not at all. That was horrible. I can sound out Greek words a little better, like Greek names, I guess.
Oh, Lazar is in the backstage.
Oh, is he? Okay. All right. That stage.
All right. I'll let you finish, and then I'll ask my question. Is that good?
No.
Okay,
No, that's fine.
Okay, I'll ask my question then. So I was trying to look for the Romanian calendars on every single search engine, even on the websites I shouldn't be on, and I couldn't find anything. It's very hidden, and I tried seeing if Ceausescu persecuted them or any reference to that, and I couldn't find anything. So, do you know what happened?
What, the Romanians? To
Yes.
be honest with you, the only thing I know about the Romanians is what I've read in the Orthodox Word. And so it's one of the last Orthodox words Father Seraphim Rose released before his death. So I think it's 1982. And he speaks of a true Orthodox Church of Romania.
Right.
And it's like the very front page of it has some old calendars from Greece with him. And in it, he also, that book by Father George Colucci or whatever his name
Resisting
is.
unto blood?
What?
Is it that one?
Yeah, that's one of them.
Oh, that's one of them. Oh, okay. All right. I also I see you're very interested in Freemasonry, but I was asking, have you ever delved into Scandinavian or Icelandic Freemasonry and checked what's going on there? It's a little different, actually, from the Western one.
No, I have no clue. I know I really don't know a lot about it except that I've been. I mean, I know enough about it, but it's not like I don't know the details of other places and the differences between lodges and I'm sure there's people out there that do.
Yeah, you see, I'm trying to convince my grandparents that the Freemasons actually worship Lucifer, but they look at the website and say, there ain't no Lucifer here, and they just say, yeah, this is true, and I say, no, that's not what it is, and I can't prove to them.
Well, I mean, there is quotes about it. I mean, you know.
No, specifically Iceland, because the Icelandic one is helping the church.
Oh, really? So that's scary. Yeah. Well, I mean, as far as I know, they've infiltrated everywhere. Every church hierarchy in the world. That's like their main mission is try to getting everywhere. I mean, I don't think that Lenin was a Freemason of the 31st degree. Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Grand Inspector, Inquisitor, Commander, and a member of the Lodge of Art de Revel in Switzerland and France.
So that's where he was during the revolution.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of people that kind of associate him with a particular group, and that's it makes sense because who did Tsar Nicholas meet with? I kind of read from it earlier where he met with Rothschild, right?
Mm-hmm, right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but do you want me to? What?
Lazar, there is like one YouTube channel I know of that I don't know if it's the largest True Orthodox Romanian synod. It might be one of the smaller ones, but I can link that in the True Orthodox resources Discord. I'll link it in the.
I'm banned from that.
Are you?
Yeah, look, we don't need to talk about that.
No, he's talking about the resources.
You shouldn't be, but unless you let me look, because you should have access to that.
No, I was banned by Joe.
I kicked you out of that one too? Dang. Let me
You're Joe?
Let me get you back in that one.
Wait, you're Joe?
Yeah.
Wait, you're deaf to compromise? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, let me if you let me think. Because I want you to be in that one, you know what I mean? It's like
I know.
If you want to just send me a friend invite, I'll just do it that way.
I have already sent you friend invites.
No, yeah, resend it though. Resend it though, because I don't have it up anymore.
I'll resend.
Yeah.
Also, I need help to find out what's happening in Iceland specifically because there's a hidden evil there, even in those weird gay churches.
Well, this might give you a little. Masonic orders have contained the most influential men in many governments, and virtually every occult order has many Masonic roots. So, we can go over here. It's a screening process for organized Satanism. That's what. That's what. This guy.
Yeah,
what is his name? Anton LaVey, out of all people.
That name.
Yeah, because he created the Church of Satan or whatever.
Oh yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy that that amazing atheist, right? The guy who amazing atheist loves, right?
He says those who naively think that politics and magic rituals do not mix. He talks about this stuff. He says it's a screening process for organized Satanisms. Consequently, a degree of capability necessary to a successful working exists within the chamber. Of course, anyone can say, I believe, simply to gain access. It'll be up to the discerning magician to determine actual sincerity, because lesser magic is everyday magic, and finely attuned sense of discrimination is essential for all accomplishment. In addition, one of the most important commandments of Satanism is Satanism demands study, not worship. Wow.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah.
That sounds a lot like the secular scholars and stuff.
Right. He goes on to say, thus a satanic underground that was carefully cloaked in Christian trappings was bound up to develop in Russia. Those who entered such sects were either driven by emotions alone, the followers, by emotions and reason, the leaders. So what is he talking about? Is he like talking about like a Protestant group or something? Like,
He's probably talking about some Catholic hierarchy. That's what it sounds like to me.
yeah, doesn't it? Like it's some Satanist group that is masking itself as Christian, and that seems to be the case with the Freemasons. But I don't think it's separate. Like I think the Freemasons are a screening process for organized Satanism, and they're infiltrating the church. You know, because you got like guys like El Doris are like, you know, talking about these books by Nicholas Laus or whatever, this Freemasonic scholar or whatever.
You
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not very charitable, Unseen. It's not very charitable.
Oh, no, it's not. But it's true though. You know, it's pretty crazy stuff, bro. I don't.
Yeah. I was really wondering how to, like, I'm specifically focusing on Iceland right now because I want to know what specific evils are there. My dad also is into that because the lies Iceland tells you about it's supposed to be natural resource and all that garbage. It's all lies, and that stuff is for tourism. And the country is not the most happy country in all of Europe. That's also a lie. So there's a lot of lies in Iceland, and I want to know what's going on.
I would imagine that the plan isn't much different. You know, I think they're all working towards like a one world religion, a one world government. You know, this new age movement thing. You know,
Well,
I think they're working through media. I think they're doing magic rituals through media. I think they're, yeah, it's
yeah, I think with I think with Iceland, I think it is what Unseen said, but I think you have maybe part of it is because it's such an isolated region that you can have like that the Jesuitical activity and the Masonic activity, and because I haven't really researched Iceland a lot, but I get the impression a lot of it's like condensed like towns and cities that are based around like ports and stuff.
It basically is. And if you really want to find information, you gotta contact the Reykjavik library or some local guys, a fisherman. You can in Iceland you cannot find information by just talking to your friend. It is really hard to find this stuff.
Yeah,
and,
but I think
it is thrown and battered. There's a reason there's no Rokor in Iceland, even if it's fighting from within. That means that the Rokor never dare to go there because the Moscow Patriarchy doesn't let them go there. There's a reason.
Do you know like do you have anything on like the history of like when the Moscow Patriarchate got there? That would be interesting.
2008.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
It's on their website.
Yeah, it's
an
interesting
I'm so
topic,
stupid, dude. I could have just put the link in the chat. Like, I'm so dumb.
Yeah, but then you could get anybody coming on. That's the risk of. I mean, unless you're fine with that. But
yeah, I don't care as long as you. Anybody watching, just don't do anything stupid, dude. If you do something stupid, then that sucks. Like, what?
I'm also really trying to find footage of old calendarists, Canonical Churches, Rokor, what happened in the Soviet Union. I can't find any of it. It's so hidden. YouTube doesn't show me it. Yandex doesn't show any of it, so I can't make a video. I can't make a video showing it. I was going to use the same song, "The Way to Fall." I used in the edit, which I basically used an edit from Joe, and basically.
Yeah. I haven't seen that yet, so I'm excited to check that out. So.
Right. And I can't find it. I've asked my friend Sorada to help me, but he doesn't want to do that. And yeah, I'm out of resources. I'm just on an island. It basically just feels like I'm on Iceland. Yeah. And I'm also trying to find the Western Rite and Western part of Orthodoxy in Iceland, which is there's a thing here that Iceland never knew about the schism. It was never even told. No one ever knew about it, and I also have a video of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine, because if you consider what the Roman Catholics did to Europe, then it'll be so much easier to do that to an isolated place like Iceland. You could just wipe it all out and not have a trace. So.
Yeah, like I've said theories with Yahweh and all that stuff about then taking churches, destroying them, burning them, or whatever. but none of that I can prove. And also, after Olav den Helige died, I don't think I think Iceland after the schism just, I don't know if it lost grace or if it had grace. And Father Joseph Sweden says that the Hamburg diocese basically took over Iceland in 1200 and 1100.
Yeah, because you'd have to look at when the Roman Catholics came into Iceland, which of course they would say that they were always in Iceland, but you'd have to see kind of where that happened. So yeah, it would definitely make sense if it was around like the 1200s or something.
It was probably because on a ship, it probably takes maybe a couple of years to take a ship from Milan to Iceland.
Right, and then they'd have to convince the people there to embrace, or they'd probably use a lot of.
I don't think that's easy for them to understand. You know, the Vikings were not that they would ultimately submit to the Hövding. If the
when you're isolated, they could say whatever they want. So
yes, exactly. If the Hövding didn't abide by Viking rules, he would be murdered by the lay people. That's why you have like all kinds of stories of Vikings with bad Hövdings that don't want to listen to him. So we never had a system in our culture with a super bishop. Like the Hövding was basically the bishop of the Vikings.
Mm.
That's something we never had, and that the Pope just forced it on us. That's all. And also, there's a lot of lost saints stuff that's not even on the calendar because the Roman Catholics just abolished the Icelandic calendar, and they don't even commemorate the pre-schism saints. I'm not even joking.
Oh, really? Wow. Do they recognize any of them or not really?
Leif Erikson isn't even on the calendar.
Who?
Leif Erikson.
Oh, I'm not familiar. You could send something about that to me if you want.
No, I think I've seen. I think you sent me something of him. I think he was like a really early guy who like traveled to America.
Oh
right?
yeah, Leif Erikson. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a Christian. Also there were the Vinland martyrs, which basically were destroyed by the Native Americans there. Maybe some of them were not martyrs. Maybe some of them because the Christian population of Iceland was really small during that time, so probably a couple of them.
Be hard to tell if they were Christianized at that point or not. Like at least how many of them were.
Yeah, it is. But a lot of them were actually. There are stories that are completely lost, and the only stories we have are like Landnámabók, Íslendingabók, all that stuff. But some of it is just not there, and some of it just doesn't go far enough back. That's the problem here.
And there's the case of how much of what went on in Iceland was even well recorded. Not even considering that they would have destroyed it.
We weren't even illiterate until the 1100s. That's when the first piece of Icelandic history was written. That's the Landnámabók or Íslendingabók. So we weren't literate during the time of 800s to the 1000s. After the schism, we weren't even literate.
You know what?
There are gospel books, but they were later, and we weren't even literate.
I think I might start doing a series on like the Orthodox word and like do each issue, like read each issue.
Did they ever mention the Scandinavians?
I mean, I could check right now. So there's like this. It's like a little like digital book where you can look through and find like each Orthodox word and what's in it.
Wait, how did you get that?
Because I'll be looking.
Oh, okay. I can't find that stuff.
I'll share that Lazar too on the resources Discord. That's a good one because I'm pretty sure it has all the volumes in it in English. So
wait, do we have any records of the Serbian True Orthodox Church and some PDFs of that?
Yeah, I mean, you could find a lot of stuff on the Serbs. Like I was just reading about them on the cafe actually. This.
Wait, how far did you dig deep?
I was looking up canonicity, and it was like on like a 5th page or something. Because I was the topic of the stream was canonicity. And I started with that.
Mm-hmm. Right, I know.
But I
But-
guess
but-
like what happened over there is the Greeks sort of felt like they owned, you know, Serbia in a way, and the Serbian monks over there weren't really keen on that.
Yeah,
So,
that's weren't the Serbs with the catacombs?
I would assume so, right? I mean, they went
Yeah,
through
I mean, they're very
communist for.
like the Slavs.
Well,
in the
no, actually,
catacombs.
what I understand is that I think two Serbian monks were on Mount Athos, and then they went back to Serbia and started the true Orthodox, Church of Serbia there.
Wait, that were the Bulgarians catacomb or were they all Canada?
The Bulgarians, I know there's a true Orthodox Church of Bulgaria,
But there was never communism there.
I think that currently the church in Bulgaria are Sergians, like the Metropolitan of Daniel.
Yeah, I would assume it would have been, if it wasn't Soviet, it would have been a Soviet, like a sub-state kind of thing.
So
Most likely.
this is what happened to all the Slavs then.
You said what?
So basically the Slavs are catacomb, and then the East is old calendars, right? The ones who are not Slavs.
Right. It seems to be that's the way it is.
That makes sense.
Lazar, I called you out in the resources Discord to the.
I know.
Orthodox-
I saw. It's somewhere around here.
Well, I was actually talking about in the Orthodox word section, I have an Orthodox word index. So it's a little digital copy 1 through 105, and you can just click it, and it tells you what each issue has in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's about 58 pages long.
Wait, that's not on the archive?
I don't know if he's got it over there or not, but I know it's useful.
No,
Like,
I mean the Internet Archive.
What do you mean the Internet Archive?
Wait, are you using some app?
What are you talking about right now?
No, I'm confused. I mean, what is this?
It's just a little. It's just a little index. It's
what's an index?
Index is like it tells you each issue and what's in each issue.
It
lays everything out for you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the back of a book, right? The very back of a book, right?
Well, this one's just like someone created it for the specific purpose, so
I see.
What
so it's
you
not
get.
the
What I'm saying.
Orthodox word itself; it's the index. You can
Just
use
the
it.
index.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Hey Lazar, I found somebody shared me a really cool icon. I can put it up if you want to see it. It's you may have seen it already, but it's of the Norse saints. It's pretty cool.
Wait, it is?
Yeah.
Norse
It's from
saints?
a convent. It's from a Canonical Synod convent in Sweden.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
There was also one in Agafango Synod, but I couldn't really take a picture of it.
It might actually be that, but I'm not sure. I think it was the one in Sweden though.
Okay.
But yeah,
So
let me. Can I share screen unseen, or I can just put it up in my?
Yeah. So you put it up, and I'll put it up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I'll click on. Or do you want me to put it up, or do you want me to share it with you?
No, you just put it up, and then I'll
right.
put it in here. Yeah.
I'm still wondering how an Icelandic Western Rite would even look. What would that look like? So confused.
It probably wouldn't look too much different from.
Oh no!
Whatever
It
was
actually
going
does.
on at the time.
If you've read the Icelandic histories, their churches were nowhere near close. They did not look like Western churches. They had some kind of weird flair to them.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean that would make sense because the Scandinavian groups would be more isolated. So.
Yeah, but Norway they had normal Western Westminster, and some of them are very Eastern like. Sweden had like a lot of Westernized influence, and Finland didn't exist yet. Denmark also had that, but Iceland, I think, because they still have that Viking culture, there was no possibility of making vestments in Iceland. They had to improvise. So some of the vestments did look completely different.
Yeah.
There are historical like artifacts or in architecture. No, not architecture. There are remnants of basically this kind of vestments, but I don't know where to look. They're probably in some museum or something.
Dang, bro. So OE and like a bunch of WO people are on Twitter, right? And I've kind of been like debating with them a little bit, and
I was going to a lot of servers, Discord servers, and trying to show them the truth. They all called me goofy, an anti-papist, or whatever. I showed them all your I screenshotted all your stuff, Joe, as ammo, and it did nothing. It did nothing. It literally did nothing. They don't even listen. Their hearts are hardened.
So I had a debate with Father Peter Harris the other day.
Wait, what? You
yeah,
did?
on Twitter, like out of all places, dude.
Invalid file.
Why didn't you record? Why didn't you like call him?
It's pretty funny, dude. He says like the things he says, like you're a rigorous schismatic, like the joking stuff we talk about. He literally was saying stuff like that.
That's silly.
He was like saying you're a zealot not according to knowledge on the right. Like, dude, he literally was saying that stuff. Man.
What kind of nonsense is that? That sounds like something my dad would say.
No, it's true. Like he was saying it. I couldn't believe it.
Like, okay, I mean, he's in the Royal MP. Is he gonna say that's as far as from Moses was a schismatic? I mean, Joe even used.
No, they claim he wasn't. He wasn't even associated with the true Orthodox.
What? So he's
while he was in
he was
communion with
against
them
the Moscow
somehow.
Patriarchate, and the Moscow Patriarchate was ordained by Stalin. So the current Moscow Patriarchate is still under Stalin. How does this make any sense?
It's not that's the basically why I did the stream, to show it wasn't canonical.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Why is he ignoring that part?
I mean, I wish I had a larger artist, but maybe I'll grow it over time and do that again, because it needs to be heard. Like, these people need to know like who's really canonical and who isn't.
Right, exactly.
And what canonicity really is, because they have this misunderstanding that being in communion with everybody in the whole entire world or something, even if you're an ecumenist and you're the Church of Stalin, you're somehow the official church. Like, it's absurd.
That's absurd, right? That's like saying that the Photian Schism didn't happen. It didn't happen in the early 800s. It happened after the Great Schism. A lot of World Orthodox think the Photian Schism happened after that. This is some historical revisionism.
What's a great quote is from Archbishop of Urki. Listen to this. This is so good. He says,
what's that?
Archbishop of Urki perceived the overshadowing of the spiritual by the earthly in the church life led to the loss of something necessary for all Christians. An awareness of the distinction between what is official and what is right. In turning his attention to the outer world, man seeks the accepted position, end quote. What is right and good in the eyes of others, rather than to be inwardly right with God and his own conscience. To idolize and conform oneself to something because it is officially, quote, right or, quote, recognized, is to ask to be deceived. For Satan can easily, especially in our times, make outward, quote, officialness, quote, coexist with inward falsity. For this reason, Archbishop of Urki have emphasized one must realize and remember that orthodoxy is not only and always that which is officially called, quote, orthodox. For in our false and evil times, the appearance everywhere of pseudo-orthodoxy, which raises its head and it's established in the world, is an extremely grievous but regrettably an unquestionable fact. This false orthodoxy strives fiercely to substitute itself for true orthodoxy. as in the times of Antichrist, will strive to supplant and replace Christ with himself. So, I mean, he's seen it, all the way back in the 70s, it was happening back then, but I mean, it's just a trip that we're in these times now, and we're seeing this modernist jurisdiction that's lost the savor of orthodoxy, that claims to be the official church or the canonical church, and they're truly not, and people
Wait,
get
that sounds
trapped in
very
it.
similar to Anglicanism, because some Anglicans say, no, this Anglican church is in communion with this Anglican church, because they say this Anglican church is a diocese and actually another synod, and it's all over the place with that. So it's very similar to Anglicanism.
It's kind of sad, because a lot of times people are coming from Protestantism, and they find World Orthodoxy, and they're kind of exhausted from the mirror, the multiple sects out there, and thousands of them that are out there, and they're trying to find the true church, and they finally do find orthodoxy, and it ends up being a false orthodoxy. It's sad.
Yes, exactly. That my dad saw this a mile away for some reason. And he's smart, I guess, but he doesn't really seek out orthodoxy, but he knows about orthodoxy and respects it. That says something about him, doesn't it? He still thinks the church is invisible, but I'm just not going to argue with that. I don't really want to do that. It really gives me a headache.
Yeah, I think there's a specific term for that. It's actually a heresy. I forget what it's called, but there is it's a heresy of basically the invisible church idea. Actually, you know what? I do have something on that. Yeah, I got something on this actually.
Interesting.
Let's see if I can find it. I'm almost certain I have this.
Huh.
Yeah, is there an invisible church by presbyter Michael Pomazanski.
Wait, what's a proto-presbyter?
He's what is it, Joel? What is a proto-presbyter? Do you know? It's just like a priest, right? A more advanced priest or a theologian.
It's definitely it's related to the priest.
Yeah, like an archbishop. It's an archpriest. Ah, I see. Ah, so he's the first one who was ordained, right?
Is that how it works?
Well, it's whatever. It obviously it's like a ranking, but I'm not really familiar with it, so I'm not going to pretend like
but
I know.
Wait, how do we prove?
It's cool to ask questions,
Wait, how do we prove to the World Orthodox that the Patriarch is not better than the other bishops, and it's just there's an ordinary bishop?
Okay, so you're right. So the term proto-presbyter is derived from the Greek word proto, meaning first, and presbyter means elder or priest. And in the context of the Eastern Orthodox Church, a proto-presbyter is a senior priest or a chief elder who has been accorded a rank that is higher than that of a regular presbyter or priest, but below that of a bishop. The title may also be granted to certain priests in recognition to their service or role within the church. In some traditions, the title proto-presbyter also may indicate a particular authority or responsibility, such as leading a group of priests or overseeing specific church activities.
What? Wait. I was asking, how do we prove to the World Orthodox that the Patriarch is not some super bishop and all the patriarchs are just normal bishops? Like that's
really. To be honest with you, it's not we that would prove it. It's it's got to be the Holy Spirit that softens their hearts. It removes the heart. It removes the sepulcher from their heart. Something's blocking them. There's a veil up in some way, and maybe it's pride or I don't know, but it's definitely a darkened mindset.
I think the ROCOR MP is very weird. Like it's the only part of the church that's actually fighting from within, from the World Orthodox Church. It feels so weird. It feels like an island that's trying to be true Orthodox, but it's like LARPing.
Yeah, LARPing is a good word.
Yeah, okay, we go there. All right, keep reading the invisible church thing. I can't really prove it.
I got you. Okay, is there an invisible church? by Protopresbyter Michael Pomazanski. Western Protestantism broke into 100 sects and denominations, and naturally had to come to a question: where is the true church in the midst of all these confessional divisions? And has it found no other way out than to come to a teaching of a quote invisible church that mysteriously exists in the midst of all the differences and mistakes and sins of men? A church that is holy, whose membership is only known to God, and that consists only of those who are worthy of being in it.
That sounds like
However,
that sounds like a weird way to read church history. Because I've shown a lot of stuff to my dad that's about church history, but he still thinks about the invisible church thing.
well, this might be something good to show him, you know. So, however, it is not for nothing that our divine Savior has left us parables. For the parable of the net that brings to the shore not only good fish but also bad. The parable of the field in which the owners leaves the tares to grow together with the good wheat until the harvest.
Wait,
The
I have another
apostles,
question. There are a lot of papers that use the Ignatius letters, but they don't use the actual letters, and they try to say first among equals is actually in the letters. But I found out those are actually forgeries, and the actual letters are wait, where are the actual letters? I'm not really sure.
what are you talking about?
The Ignatius letters,
What do you mean they're forgeries?
because a lot of the papists have like warped them, and like all this papist nonsense is now in them.
Well, I think that's true that there is some forgeries, but I don't think they're all forgeries. And I'm sure you could
In the
find
original,
some Orthodox scholars that are out there that have, presented the correct, Ignatius Corpus or whatever it is, whatever it's called.
I see. But wait, does it have first among equals in it? If it does, then that's not good.
No, see, first of equals is fine.
Wait, is it?
Yeah, it's okay to see the issue isn't let me explain this.
Well,
Let me
it's like
get this.
proto-presbyter, where it's a status thing.
Yeah, it's an honorary
So
title.
it's not like you are better, but it's just a status thing, right?
Yeah, they were
It's
he
like
was the
you,
first
yeah.
of equals. Like, yeah, that was confirmed with Acts 15.
Oh, right. Okay, that makes sense. So the Pope was just another bishop, right? There was no papacy. It was just the Pope.
Yeah, he was just another metropolitan.
Wait. Metropolitan is a modern word.
But I mean, that's what he was. You
That
know what I'm
rank,
saying?
that the same equivalent.
So metropolitan is what the patriarchs actually were.
Yes.
Well, in the same sense that they
that's
were
what
bishops.
the patriarchs are. They're just
So they're not some super bishop like the World Orthodox thing.
no. Yeah, so before the schism, the authority of the Bishop of Rome consisted of a rightful jurisdiction over all bishop in his see. The First Council of Nicaea 8325 accorded a primacy of honor to the Bishop of Old Rome, not because Rome had been the seat of St. Peter, but on account of her being the imperial capital. That's Canon 28. So he had it wasn't that he was over all the others, it's rather Rome was the imperial capital, and since that was the case, then the Bishop of Rome had an honorary title.
I guess you could kind of
which was
explain it
Pope.
like, yeah. I guess you could kind of explain it like a church level of the same thing that an abbot would be to a monastery, but it's on kind of that larger scale.
Okay,
But it's
so
like the
that
same
makes
idea, sort of.
Wait, but what was the first time that Rome misbehaved? Was it after the Photian Schism or before that?
Oh, wait. What did you say?
I asked how many times has Rome misbehaved before and after the Photian Schism?
Well, I have this book here by Peter Gilquist, but I mean, Father Joseph has told me that this isn't too certain, but supposedly 589 in the Synod of Toledo, Spain, the Filioque assertion that the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son
Wait,
is
that was
added to
that
the
early?
Nicene Creed, the errors later adopted by Rome. But I mean, he's told me something different here. So there's stuff like that, like at least 589 on some books, are talking about, the filioque being introduced.
Wait, so the filioque wasn't universally used, so the Vikings didn't really use the filioque, did they?
What? The filioque was never used. It was added later on, and it was an accident or something. It was
When was
a
it
mistake.
added?
But to get back to this papist thing, a favorite tactic of papists is to use interchangeably phrases like primacy and supremacy. This is intentional. If you can say St. Leo the Great did this and this, and then the next sentence simply assume this means supremacy, active intervention a la Pastor Eternius, etc., then everything is confused. A metropolitan of an ecclesiastical providence has primacy.
I have a question. Why did the Roman Catholics venerate Pope Nicholas I after the Vatican Schism? Because he's just the Pope? They venerate every Pope, actually. Almost every Pope.
I mean, wouldn't that be kind of like why the Eastern Catholics would venerate like Palamas and other saints that they
So what's not true, Father Joseph?
Wait, that's not true? But I saw something on the internet.
What you're saying wasn't true or something.
Wait,
well, you can't trust everything you see on the internet. That's
wait. So the Catholics don't generally venerate Pope Nicholas I.
I don't know. I'm not really familiar with what the Catholics do, to be honest. I'm not really an expert on.
I heard they have like an Icelandic saint who's autistic or something. The patron saint of autism. I'm like, what?
Oh, so he's saying, okay, I get it.
I've digged a lot into Catholicism, and it's just a mess. All right, keep reading.
Could you maybe not interrupt?
No, sorry, I won't interrupt again. Okay, that's the last interruption.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, Lazar, let's just mute, and then that way, if any of the two of us are making noises, we won't interrupt, and then we can, if we want to comment, we can.
Sure, let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right. Okay. Western Protestantism, broken into 100 sects and denominations, naturally had to come to the question, where is the true church? In the midst of all these confessional divisions, and as it had found no other way out than to come to a teaching of an invisible church that mysteriously exists in the midst of all the differences and mistakes and sins of men, a church that is holy, whose membership is known only to God, and that consists only of those who are worthy of being in it. However, it is not for nothing that our divine Savior has left us parables, the parable of the net that brings in the shore not only good fish, but also bad, the parable of the field in which the owner leaves the tares to grow together with the good wheat until the harvest. The apostles founded the church through the visible mysteries of baptism, of all whom declared to them their faith in Christ. And the church was, as it remains, a net or field for those who wish to be saved and to come to know the ledge of truth, for those who seek eternal life, but for the time being live in, quote, hope, not yet having entered into heavenly repose. The apostles founded outwardly visible communities with a definite membership, one in soul, even though outwardly separated, and all these communities were of the single church of Christ. Such will the church remain forever. Its aim is to call and prepare men for eternal life in Christ. Therefore, the Orthodox Apostolic Church, for its part, replies such an invisible church which is in the midst of many confessional divisions, or above them, would single out the worthy people from among them and would unite them all, does not exist. But nevertheless, this does not in the least mean that we Orthodox Christians do not believe in an invisible church. If we do not, we would not pronounce daily and even several times a day both divine uh, services and in prayers at home in the words, quote, I believe in the creed with regard to the church, the faith, and the definition of the apostles. It is the evidence of things not seen. Hebrews 11 and 1. To the three following and final subjects of the creed, we apply the words, quote, I confess, and I look for, and the means that is our teaching on the church, we acknowledge also its invisible sphere, where and what is. This sphere is the heavenly church. When we talk about a church and in our written discussions of it, we often, as if it were, forgotten about this sphere, and by the very fact we lessen the spiritual power, we lose the grace-giving seed which is contained in the Orthodox understanding of the being and essence of the church. Therefore, our talk about the church, the earthly church, in the present period, which is so difficult for faith, often evokes sorrow. Rather than giving consolation, restriction of ideas about the faith to earthly sphere alone, we thereby impoverish ourselves. This can be felt especially now when, on the one hand, the Orthodox local churches become isolated from each other in their earthly relations, and possibly deeper divisions lie ahead, and on the other hand, attempt at being made into a form of one church on earth, on principles totally foreign to the Orthodox consciousness, is not a cold, abstract recognition of the invisible heavenly church that we need. Rather, with all our soul, we must think and must feel ourselves to be members of the church, of the called, in the living, inactive communion with the church of the chosen. For this is also to be found in part of the chosenness, not our personal, individual chosenness, but the chosenness of orthodoxy among the Christian confessions. When in the last century the Protestant spirit began to penetrate into the Russian society, in some places also in the simple people, our church writers had set before them the aim of opposing above mentioned alien view of the church, the orthodox teaching that is in the midst of all the divisions in Christianity. The church on earth is one and unique. It was explained that the essential, logical, clear, and natural attributes of the church had to be and were the uninterpretedness of the hierarchy, coming from the holy apostles and the teaching of the faith, confessed and kept without change. Such are an outward sign that they are understandable for everyone. Such is the Orthodox Eastern Church. Thus, the question was limited and answered by teaching of the church on earth. The question of the church has become a real one in our days also, but now it has become a broader scope. Although the ecumenical movement of the recent times is occupied not by the question of the unity of faith, but with the aim of participating in the proposed plan of an epochal reconstruction of human society, still sooner or later, the question of the foundations and scope of the Christian faith in the midst of a union that will have to arise. It is our obligation to show why this movement cannot be justified. But we ourselves will not be completely justified if we descend from the uh, breadth of the breadth of the Orthodox worldview with all its fullness to a narrow platform of conceptions. More importantly, in Western conceptions of the Church. At one time, it was presumably and harmlessly for the representatives of our church history and theology, when entering into dialogues with Protestantism, to descend into its narrow platform, but in present circumstances, this no longer is justified. Even if a reply were not demanded of us to a movement that is passing us by, that is off to the side to us. Still, it is always more consoling for us to acknowledge that we are under the protection of a great heavenly choir of saints than it is to forget about this. Today shalt thou be with me in paradise. Luke 23 and 43. The holy words pronounced on Golgotha, paradise. Is this not a forgotten word? After the third chapter of Genesis, it is heard in the Old Testament scriptures a cherubim with a barred sword was placed to guard the entrance into paradise. But on the day of Golgotha, its gates were opened. The cherubim steps away from the tree of life. The flaming weapon turns to flight. The Old Testament righteous ones, the departed first Christian martyrs into the kingdom of Christ in the heavens. With the course of the decades and centuries of the granary of the Lord began to be filled, after the apostles of the ranks of the martyrs and confessors, hierarchs, ascetics, and righteous ones. The church of the saints lives a life of blessedness in God, with prayers and praise and thanksgiving, and since love never faileth, 1 Corinthians 13 and 8, these are joined by the prayers for the brethren on earth, and we also ask their prayers for us, and for our close ones who are departed. These prayers are an expression of spiritual closeness, are intertwined in all directions, drawing heaven near to earth. Indeed, how can we not feel the closest of heavenly and earthly things? When we so desire the blessed life for our close departed ones, entreat the Savior in prayer for them. Furthermore, the Orthodox Christian, if he has a living bond with his church, constantly sees and hears in church and at home remedies of the invisible church of the saints, and his soul is in a constant contact with thoughts about it. He receives in infancy at his baptism a Christian name, the name of a saint, and he feels himself especially close to this saint, and in his personal prayer entreats the saint to pray to God for him. He looks into his usual calendar, and before his eyes and a monthly list filled with the names of saints of all the periods of Christianity, he enters the church, and before his eyes there appears another world, the heavenly world, fixed in the images and the icons and the iconostases on the walls, often in the very peak of the dome. The Vesper service, beginning with the glorification of the Most Holy Trinity, immediately directs his thoughts to the kingdom of Christ by the call to come together and worship its head, Christ himself, our King and our God. And further, the whole service is penetrated with the remembrance of the saints, and especially of the Most Holy Theotokos, and the shortest litany again and again, which is said nearly 10 times in a feast day vigil. We are reminded to call to the remembrance of the most holy, the most pure, the most blessed, glorious Theotokos and ever Virgin Mary, with all the saints, and is such awareness to commit ourselves and one another to Christ God. When given a phosphora for the commemoration in the altar at the proscomedia before the liturgy, the Christian who has ever heard an explanation of the liturgy knows that the particles taken out of the phosphora will be placed on the sacred paten amidst the particles. For the living and the dead, below the set of particles which symbolically represent the whole church of Christ, in the center the Lamb of God, and on the side one particle in honor of the Theotokos, and the other particles in memory of all the saints in their 9 ranks, so close to us in the heavenly church that we confide to it we confide to all our sorrows, weaknesses, falls, grieves, and joys. We express love for it. We ask of prayers if it help us. Such is the spiritual world, which is accessible to even if we live in the usual church parish. Multiply this possibility for those who live in a monastery, especially for priests or deacons who frequently serve in the altar, or for those who are assigned to the um, Klyros. I'm not familiar with the word. It turns out that in the Orthodox Church, communion with the saints, with the invisible church, can be more immediate than with the world that surrounds us outside the church building. For many, it is indeed such. But is a real earthly communion with the whole earthly church, dispersed in various nations and states, possible for us? Indeed, within one of the same church parish, does any religious spiritual communion occur outside the church building? In vain do people lullaby themselves, dreaming of a fullness of communion and unity with the whole Christian world on earth. In our Orthodox Church, however, communion of soul and mind, all are striving, everything is directed to the heavenly church, so that being invisible becomes almost visible, and from the distance of the heavenly heights becomes the closest thing to us. Earth and heaven are a single church of Christ. This is a church more complete than any other one that might be organized, even though one might call together and bind with a single name all varieties of present-day societies and churches which belong to the historical Christianity outside the church, outside Orthodoxy. But it isn't our communion with the heavenly church one-sided. Does it give benefit to the souls? The saints hear us in the same way one soul hears another. And more than this, on earth, the contact between people through the bodily organs of the senses somewhat impedes and hinders, and impedes and hinders the immediate communion of souls. But is in the heavenly earthly sphere this communion is free. Is this sphere our voice, our words, reading and singing in the work of prayer, or necessity for ourselves, for our sake, so as to unite two or three of us as a whole church into a single common song, or soul rather, that with a single heart we may hymn God and his saints? It is said of the earthly relationships, tell me who your friends are, and I'll tell you who you are. A man who learns from the company keeps, whether for good or ill. It is not so also in the purely spiritual sphere. The Apostle John, the theologian, instructs in his Catholic epistle, in which for all Christians includes ourselves, I write the gospel, the epistles, the apocalypse, that ye also may have fellowship with us. And truly our fellowship is with the Father, and with his Son, Jesus Christ. 1 John 1 and 3. He writes this being in a great old age, giving us his testament that men live in common love. The chief of the apostle writes, I will not be negligent to put you always in remembrance to prepare yourselves for a free entrance into the eternal kingdom of our Lord, knowing that shortly I must put off this my tabernacle, and even as our Lord Jesus Christ has shown me. Moreover, I will endeavor that ye may be able in my decrees after my decease to have these things always in remembrance. 2 Peter 1 and 13 through 15. However, in speaking of a single heavenly church, do we not confuse two distinct spheres? We do not confuse them, but only confess their union. Having accomplished for us this thy mission, and united things on earth with things in heaven, thou didst descend in glory, O Christ our God, being nowhere separated from those who love thee, but remaining everywhere present with us and calling, I am with you, and no one is against you. Canonical of the Ascension. The canonical epistles of the Eastern Patriarch in the 17th century expresses the truth of the unity of the church in words, two flocks of a single pastor, and so we believe. But why did the father of the church at the councils not raise the question of the heavenly church, but by the word church always had in mind its existence on earth? And why in their work does one have to search out Quote, the passages where they were ascend to thoughts of the heavenly sphere, giving its name the quote church. This is because they were entrusted with the shepherding of the earthly flock of Christ. All their thoughts, all their efforts, their cares, concerns, the ordering of the services, what had been entrusted them, the preservation of the faith, and the ordering of the earthly sphere of the church. But their service was illumined and received power by the constant awareness of being in the single ecumenical heavenly earthly kingdom or body of Christ. Amen.
Eating.
Well, that was interesting. What'd you guys think of that? No good? I don't know.
I want to know where Protestants, where the pastor thing comes for Protestants. Where does that come from?
What, pastors?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm sure it's like the same thing as our idea of a priest.
Yeah, but they only have a Bible. Where does the Bible mention pastor?
Well, I don't know. There's not really much sense with it. I know that, Martin Luther kind of added that word faith alone, and he added alone to the text, which wasn't there, and
I see.
he
Yeah, I
did
know
a
about
lot.
that.
Yeah, that's. I think when I do these things, because I'm going to try to do these more often, I'm going to start reading from the Orthodox Word, because I think a lot of that stuff is forgotten and hasn't been read in a while, and why not?
Are there any other true Orthodox magazines, like from other countries, that survived, like the Catacomb ones? They were probably burned. Never mind.
Well, there's the Living Orthodoxy, and I think that's on the cafe. What other magazines are there, Joel? Do you know? There's other ones.
What,
I
the
know.
Orthodox Word ones?
No. True Orthodox magazines, like the ones that were burned in the Catacomb churches.
I'm not sure. I don't.
Oh, Pastor Mead Shepherd. That's interesting.
Interesting. I don't know Latin. Am I supposed to know Latin? What does that Greek source say? Polion? No, poilun. Is that what it says? Poilun?
I don't read Greek. Couldn't tell you.
John, does it say polion? Or polion? Is that what it says? Or just poilun? I'm not sure. I need to just do more Duolingo or something. I have a question. Why do the non-denominationals? Why do they think they're the modern day apostles, and they try to be like the apostles, but they're not even like the apostles?
I definitely don't have all the answers. I don't know, man.
Oh yeah, right. Oh, so my friend Yaste, he's trying to join the old believers in Ukraine, which actually say they're true Orthodox. I want help to stop him from doing that. No? Okay.
What do you mean? You want help stopping him?
Yes, he's not. He said he's true Orthodox, but he's becoming an old believer, which is not true Orthodox.
Well, that's a strange position to take, but I don't know. But maybe learn
I
some
think you need to
apologetics.
research Golus Skerbi or the Bishop Olympi situation. He's not a bishop. I talked to Bishop John of Melbourne, and he said he's no bishop. He's just some weird guy in Los Vestments.
And
Yeah,
he's an old believer or whatever.
Yeah,
See,
he's
I
an
don't
old
know
believer.
enough about that. All I know is that like they gave into communism or something. That or something. I don't know.
Father Joseph, do you know anything about this? I mean, we already we live. Justin literally asked it on the cafe, but he never got an answer. He just got that this was a bishop.
I mean, I've seen like people talk about it, and I
Father
think
Joseph
I
is
watched an
scared.
interview with someone who was an old believer, and they just have like these, they do like a 2-finger cross, and I don't know. I don't know the
They just
details.
don't like the innovations of some patriarch.
I know that the World Orthodox like to use that term to sort of put us in that category, like, oh, they're just kind of like the old believers,
Huh?
the
The
old
old believers didn't
calendarists.
have any
They're
cross.
just like the old believers, but it's
Old
like
believers,
no.
old believers are basically Protestants. They're basically Eastern Protestants. That's what they are.
What? Well, it's we've all heard like the thing about Saint Spiridon, like maybe being associated with them in some way. I wonder how much truth
You
is
mean
to
Saint
that.
Seraphim?
Saint Seraphim of Sarov. I don't know how true it is.
Yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't associated with them. He didn't like them. He even wrote a letter against them.
This is his answering service. Oh.
But Joe, do you know anything about the old believers? Could you make videos like denouncing them or like researching this stuff? Because it's a lot, very complicated. Joe?
I'm not that familiar with them.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, they're basically like kind of Protestants, so it's pretty much.
Well, then I can't save Yafte. He just isn't gonna listen. So
yeah, probably.
his Olympi situation is gonna be his downfall.
Yeah.
Do you think any
know.
Ukrainian church is valid? Because it's just Khazarian church. That's what Ukraine has become now. Or are there any valid churches in Ukraine?
Is there a true Orthodox Church in Ukraine? I believe so, right?
There are jurisdictions that are not Ukrainian.
Yeah, I think
So there's true Orthodox, but they're not Ukrainian true Orthodox. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because you know that Ukraine is just a new version of Khazaria. They're very close to Israel, and basically that's what they're becoming. That's what my dad keeps saying. I just go with the flow.
Continuing Rokor in Ukraine. That's interesting. Okay.
So there's like Vladimir there or something. I heard Agafango was there.
So you can't make general statements about old believers. Well, okay.
Wait, John, can you give us old believer denominations? What is the weird true Orthodox with Bishop Olympi? What's that? That's interesting. Man, why can't we fight against this? It's really hard. Even Orthodox ethos can't even fight against old believers for some reason.
Well, I mean, what business is it of ours that are for those who are outside?
I mean, yeah, but they're still trying to infiltrate again. Some of these old believers are trying to become true Orthodox or something, and then keep being old believers and try to shove the old right down your throat.
I mean, if they're stealing flocks or something, it's like they're stealing people, that's one thing, but
like Bishop John of Melbourne tells you they are basically extinct. There are barely any of them left. Most of them died, and none of them had any bishops. And I'm gonna ask this again. Yachte wants me to join them because they baptize people naked. I'm like, what is this obsession? I still don't understand it. Malicious, do you understand?
What are you talking about?
Like, Yachte told me he wanted me to join the old believers because they baptize people naked.
They baptize people naked? That's crazy.
Because it's old, because it's like what the apostles did. The apostles did that because they didn't have money to make vestments.
Wait, I didn't know that.
Yeah, they did.
Well, how do we know that, though?
Saint Hermione was the deaconesses. And even if you look at Acts, they are baptized naked in Acts. We don't need to talk about this. We really don't need to talk about this.
Yeah, because I think the main point is it's like historically that might have happened, but in our context, it's probably better not
world,
to.
I don't
So,
think that's a good idea.
right. So it's just a contextual thing. Whereas back then, for a lot of human history, maybe it wasn't as much of a concern. But
I mean, even Leif Erikson was baptized naked. I heard some Vikings were because Iceland is a very naked country. Actually, a lot of nude beaches and all that stuff. You don't need to know about that.
Yeah, I don't think it was probably like, a part of the tradition in the same sense that something has been like established at an ecumenical council.
Yeah, no,
Like,
but
for
I'm
instance, like
saying that
when we
Iceland,
talk about the patristic calendar,
Mhm.
this was established at the first ecumenical council. So it would
died out,
take
like,
an ecumenical council of the equal equal to the one that it was instated in to instate another one. So that's why the new calendar, just off that, it's not canonic. It wasn't canonically put in place because it wasn't an ecumenical council that did it.
Yeah, I see. But there's one thing I need to emphasize is that the Vikings baptized naked even though they had robes because they couldn't afford anything. The Vikings were very poor even though they pillaged a lot of villages. The only thing they could do is they could destroy some trees and build another ship. They never stayed in one location. That's what the Vikings did. A lot of the Christian Vikings never stayed in one location. That is probably why they never had any baptismal robes. And the baptismal robes came after the schism. That's most likely what happened. If Father
yeah, I mean, because if you wanted to figure that out, you'd probably just have to research like the history of baptismal robes in church history, and then that might
but
give you an
how would
idea.
that go? In Norway, they already have robes because Norway was a pretty.
Okay, let's get off that. All right, so I'm gonna go and look up the Saint Seraphim or Platina interaction with the old believers.
Yeah, go do that. We'll ask that. We'll see that. Wait, did John say Saint Seraphim of Platina or Saint Seraphim of Sarah?
Platina.
Both? You can do both.
Okay, here we go. I found a old believer's blog that's a tribute to him.
Wait, tribute to Seraphim Rose?
Wait, so
What?
okay, David Daniel, do you mean Seraphim of Sarov or Seraphim of Platina? Which one do you mean here?
I'm pretty sure both did. I mean, but the only thing I read was basically Saint Seraphim of Sarah. He basically talks about them. That's all that happens. He doesn't condemn them. Doesn't hate them. He does say they're not in the church. He doesn't condemn them though.
Okay, I got you, brother. Not you. I'm talking about the guy in the chat. Okay,
Oh,
I'm trying to.
I mean, you can do both, I guess. You can see both perspectives.
Yeah, I will. I'm just searching for this now, and I'm not really seeing anything on it. Like, am I tripping?
Hey, David, can you link it in the chat? No? Okay. Well, I could link the old believers with Seraphim Sarov.
AI says he was impressed by the old believers.
You believe what AI says?
No.
Wait, I think they removed it. Huh? This doesn't make any sense. They removed it. There was literally stuff about the old believers from Saint Seraphim Sarov. Huh?
No, I mean, I see the stuff on St. Seraphim of Sorrow. I just don't see it on within.
I can't find it anymore. It's gone. This doesn't make any sense. What
I ordered that the old calendar's book that
Which
you
one?
know Subdeacon Nectarius just put out on Father Seraphimos, and the history of resistance. I'm looking forward to that coming.
Wait, have you tried? Are you gonna wait? Does anyone here want to order some Romanian old calendars books? I would love to do that, but I don't have much money.
Well, if I can't find it, if I find this, I'll read it, and then after that, I got to get out of here.
There is the only one I know about is Resisting Unto Blood, and it does not mention Ceausescu. And I'm specifically looking for Ceausescu so I can see what happened specifically, what the Communist Party of Romania did to the old calendarist Romanians. Because he's never mentioned ever. It's like he's being erased from them. Is this? What is his language? Otto Farmaban Relo Imasaro Saint Seraphim Resikonyanok. It looks like Finnish. No, it's Hungarian. Ah, okay. Wait, why would the Hungarian? What did I just find? I found this.
I'm gonna read this real quick because I just found this on accident, and I think it's interesting, and it kind of goes back to what I read on the Tsar. In 1917, the elder Nectarius of Octina prophesied, "A hard time is coming. The number 6 is passed in the world, and the number 7 has begun. Now begins the age of silence. Be silent, silent," said the Batushka, and tears flowed from his eyes. And now his majesty is not his own man. He has suffered such humiliation from his mistakes. 1918 will be still worse. His majesty and all his family will be killed, tortured, and our Tsar will stand before the throne of God.
Wait, what?
Wear the crown of a great martyr. Yes, this martyr
That
will be
sounds
a
like
great
an Old
martyr.
Testament prophet. Those elders sound exactly like Old Testament prophets. It's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
Wait, but what's that word that was said there? What's that word? What's Batushka?
What is it, elder or something? I don't know. I'm not Russian.
Batushka and then Batushka. Old woman and then old man.
Yeah, Batushka. It says Batushka.
I see.
In the last days, he said, the world will become encircled by paper and iron. Noah's time is in a figure of our own. The flood was approaching. No one knew about it and told the people, but they did not believe him. He hired workers to build the ark, and they, while building the ark, did not believe. And so they only received the agreed pay for their work, but were not saved. Those days are prefiguring ours. The ark is the church. Only those who are on it will be saved. Okay.
Oh, that makes sense. From a Protestant perspective and a Protestant cultural perspective, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Interesting.
What do you mean? It makes sense from an Orthodox perspective.
It makes sense from both to me. if you told Luther this, he would agree with you actually. Weird thing. Well, whatever. Keep reading. Wait, David, do you know about the bishop? Do you know about Bishop Olympi from Goloskerry? Wait. Huh? You don't know about that? I'm gonna find the link to that. Wait, let me find Goloskerry real quick. Let me find that real quick. It's in my server where Yelty basically died or something. That's basically what happened. It's his whole account just died and he stopped using Discord. Where is it? Up there. Up there. Oh, found it. Here it is. Malicious, could you? It's in the private chat. Could you like copy this and put this in the chat so that David can look at it?
Yeah. Hold on a second.
That's who they are with, or I can just DM you it. Sure, that's a better idea. Okay, here we go.
What is this?
It's the old believer Bishop Olympi.
Okay. All right.
Wait, John. Wait, does babushka mean diminutive for father? Wait, what is the female version then? Wait, do you mean batushka or babushka? Batushka. Oh yeah, batushka. Right, batushka. Babushka is the female version. I know. All right. So that, David, that's Goloskerry. Yeah, you're welcome. I just hope Yalti can get out of this delusion and we can rebuild true Orthodox Iceland. I just really hope we can do that. But I really doubt that he's going to get out of his delusion. I'm going to have to recruit more Icelanders into true Orthodoxy. It's way easier for Icelanders to come into true Orthodoxy because they see right through the Surgeonism. They're being anointed with oil to get into the church. There's no baptism, just anointing. Even if you're atheist, and they help and they like do Soviet holidays and stuff. There's a reason people eat that stuff and probably become Protestant again. That's why the Orthodox Church in Iceland is not growing at all, because they're not even hiding their Surgeonism. It's not even funny.
All right, gentlemen. I'm toast. I've been on a couple hours now, so.
Huh? I'm not, but sure. You can go to sleep if you want.
Yeah. Okay. Later, man.
Later.